right, Stephen, I think Lawrence, we're good?
Yes, you guys are good. You guys are live. Can you hear me? You guys are live.
Yep, I can hear you, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Stephen, if you wanna, call the meeting to order and then I can take roll, we can get going.
All right, that sounds good. I'll call to order the meeting of the June 8th, 2020 meeting of the North Carolina Charter Schools Advisory Board. And we'll go ahead and we'll start off with a roll call to confirm we've got a quorum.
Okay, Jeanette Butterworth,
Here.
Joel Ford, Bruce Friend,
Bruce is here.
Rita Hare, Rita Hare,
Here.
Lynn Kroger, Hilda Parlare,
Present.
Alex Quigley, Sherry Reeves,
Present.
Cheryl Turner,
Present.
Heather Van Cannon,
Here.
Stephen Walker.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
All right, good then. Well, we will start off then with the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know if we had a flag for on the screen. It doesn't look like we do, but we'll find a flag somewhere and let's say the pledge. Pledge
I
allegiance
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to
to the nation under
which it
God,
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was interesting. We got that in. We'll read the ethics statement here. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest to handle the work of the advisory board. Does any member of the advisory board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
Even I'll have it from Blue Green.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, I will recuse when Wake Preparatory Academy is up for recommendations for the NC Access Subgrant.
okay, so we've got Linda with Wake Prep and Cheryl with Blue Green. Any others? Okay, I'll just remind everybody, unless you are speaking, it's best to be muted, and that way we don't get any feedback. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. All right, we'll read our mission statement. The Charter Schools Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Now we'll move on to the approval of the May minutes. Anybody have any additions, corrections, or deletions to that? All right, hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Do we have a motion?
This is Bruce. I make a motion we approve the minutes.
I'll second Stephen, Sherry.
All right, Sherry seconds. Any discussion or debate? Unfortunately, Ms. Becerra, if you'll call the roll.
Jeanette Butterworth, Jeanette Butterworth,
I agree with approving the minutes.
Joel Ford, Bruce Friend,
Yay.
Rita Hare,
Yes, approve.
Hilda Parlare,
Hilda Perlay approves.
Alex Quigley,
Approve.
Sherry Reeves,
Approve.
Cheryl Turner, Cheryl Turner,
Approve.
Heather Van Cannon,
Approve.
Stephen Walker,
Aye.
okay, it passes. Have any other board members entered the meeting since calling roll? I just want to make sure we have it for the record.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I thought we were having technical issues there. I didn't realize I could join. Good morning, everybody.
Okay, great. So I have Joel Ford and Lynn Kroger as absent at this point. Okay, well, we are going to go ahead and get started with amendments. have-
Ashley,
Yes.
can you put up the agenda real quick? Is there a way that we can see that?
Let's see. I thought I had the agenda on the screen.
Can people see her? I'm just looking at a black screen.
My screen's black too, Alex.
Black.
All
Yeah.
right. Let's see.
Okay.
There it is.
Seeing something.
Good?
Yeah, now I'm seeing something. Okay.
Okay.
Was Steven able to read the ethics statement and whatnot?
Yes. Yes, he got all that. Sorry, I didn't text you.
No, that's my fault. I was confused about what was going on. I just want to take a minute before we get started today. I have a few remarks that I'd like to make. Obviously, have been reflecting a lot on the situation in our country, and I'd like to just take a few minutes to make some remarks and also open it up to other board members if anyone wants to say anything. So, just in this regard, I'm suggesting a revision to the agenda at this time. Is if the board is okay with it, I'd like to take a few minutes here. Probably the whole discussion may take 15 to 20 minutes, I would imagine. I'm gonna try not to have it go on too long, but I think it's important that we at least put some items on the table and discuss them. So I guess I would propose that we amend the agenda so that we have a discussion, just a kind of open dialogue discussion right now for the next 20 minutes or so, and that would mean we would probably push the amendments to about 9:45 and just move everything back if that's amenable to the board.
Would you like a motion on that, Alex?
I'm not sure if I need one. Well, yeah. Why don't we vote on that just so that it's for the record? I'd just like to add a kind of open board discussion to the top of this meeting.
So moved. Sherry?
Hillsborough seconds.
Okay, it's been probably moved in second. All in favor?
Alex, we have to take roll call voting.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeanette Butterworth,
Yes.
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlare,
Approve.
Alex Quigley,
Approve.
Cheryl Turner, Heather Van Cannon,
Approve.
Stephen Walker.
Aye.
Sherry? Approve.
And Sherry, sorry. Okay, it's approved.
All right, so I'm just gonna read my reflection and then open it up for anybody that wants to share. Good morning, everyone. Obviously, the past week has been one of significant unrest and turmoil in our country, and while the past few months, all of our worlds have been disrupted, by the COVID-19 pandemic. The last week has, in many ways, awoken many people to the reality of systemic racism that has disrupted the worlds of Black and brown Americans their entire lives and throughout American history. As a white man who is chair of the Charter School Advisory Board, body entrusted by the state with recommending the distribution of millions of state dollars and granting authorization to run schools, I'm compelled to not be silent on the issue of racism, white privilege, and the recent killings of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor. Their lives mattered. Black lives matter. As a white person in power who sits atop an organization and bodies entrusted to do the public good and steward public resources, or any organizations for that matter, I feel compelled to share a few reflections. First, I want to just name that as a white male, no matter how hard I try, I'll never ever know what it's like to be a person of color in America. Second, that the grief, pain, trauma, fear, and anger people of color feel right now in our country and have felt for hundreds of years is real, not something that I have the capacity to fully understand. But I will continue to work and listen and learn from my colleagues of color and from others. Furthermore, I want to state that while we don't often want to acknowledge it, because racism works best when it's invisible, that people like myself benefit from the system of racism that is baked into the American experiment. And unless we name it and work to discuss these things openly and honestly, we'll never be able to truly transcend our differences and come together as a nation. As a body of individuals charged to ensure that the state meets its obligations to provide a sound basic education to all children, regardless of their race and background, I believe that it's critical that we, and especially those of us on the board who are white, open our eyes to these issues, put them on the table, discuss them, and act accordingly. I think it needs to be named that as a majority white board, we have a responsibility to be extremely careful to ensure that we work towards dismantling systemic racism rather than furthering it. I believe that we have discussed some of these issues before, and it's important that we continue. We should keep it at top of mind at all times. All that said, I do believe that as a group that is charged with the oversight of charter schools, we are uniquely positioned to address this issue as it pertains to education. Charter schools are inherently disruptive to a longstanding system of education that has historically failed low-income children of color. It's been over 65 years since Brown v. Board of Education, and our system of education has arguably made marginal progress in ensuring that children receive a high-quality education regardless of their zip code. The quality of school a child attends in North Carolina and across the United States largely depends on how much their parents can spend on a house, which thereby creates a de facto system of school segregation based on income, and most often race. Even Black and brown children who have the economic means to purchase a more expensive house or are bussed into quote-unquote better schools that are majority white are forced to attend schools dominated by a predominantly white suburban power structure in favor of integration only as long as they remain majority and retain control. Charter schools offer parents of color an opportunity to have something that they have actively been prevented from gaining in this country's history: power and choice. Charter schools transfer power and control over the schooling of their children, the same power and choice that wealthier white people have had in this country for centuries. Why should parents who lack economic means not be able to choose where their children go to school? Choice shouldn't be a privilege, it should be a right, but it can't happen unless we ensure excellent schools of choice abound. Furthermore, charters achieve this transfer of power now, in real time, so parents don't have to wait for another 65 years for the government to attempt to solve seemingly intractable issues such as income inequality before their kids can go to a decent school. Through school choice, we provide the opportunity to shift the power and resources in education away from the bureaucratic systems and into the hands of parents, students, and communities. Not only that, charter schools have arguably been the best educational intervention for leveling the playing field for low-income students of color since Brown v. Board. No other urban education reform has been able to produce such dramatic changes in educational outcomes for Black and brown children as we've seen nationally at schools such as Success Academies, Achievement First, and Uncommon Schools, in places like Henderson Collegiate, Gaston College Prep, and Sally B. Howard right here in North Carolina. Therefore, we must work to replicate these successes here in our state. Specifically as a board, in my personal opinion, we can take a few important steps to begin to tackle these complex issues, and I've outlined 5 of them that I think would be important for us to discuss and consider. First, we just simply need to put these issues at the forefront and have honest discussions that examine our mindsets. This comes through an open and honest dialogue and a conversation and being open to listen and learn from diverse perspectives. We have many Black charter school leaders who we can learn from on this issue. I specifically suggest that we plan to have some kind of retreat as a board in the near future where we address issues of equity and hear from a panel of charter school leaders and parents of color, potentially students as well. We must also evaluate our own biases in the application, authorization, and renewal process. For example, we must challenge the motivation and integrity of boards that promise to serve low-income students of color but have no plan for free lunch, no intentions to provide transportation, and no data to support their rationale and their plans. We need to see a big part of our role as supporting leaders of color, parents of color, and community members of color coming together to create schools that will serve their children well. I would like to propose, if this is not already something that's happening, then I'm just not aware, that OCS potentially through the Access Grant funds establish a program to recruit and develop a pipeline of outstanding school leaders of color who will be prepared through a fellowship of some kind to submit their own application or be ready to take on the leadership of a charter school when the leadership changes. We could have existing school leaders in the state nominate current secondary Black and Latinx leaders who have talent and interest, and then those leaders could apply to participate in a 1 or 2 year-long fellowship where they're trained on all aspects of charter management, the application process, instructional leadership, etc. I believe the Access Grant may be doing something along these lines, but I think we should make it more targeted, more specific. We need to partner with a local university, ensure these leaders finish the fellowship with the appropriate degrees and licensure. Personally, I can think of multiple schools this year alone that have needed a leader this year and come to me asking me if I knew anyone. We've also had many strong boards that come together and have written a charter and don't know how to find a strong leader. We had a pipeline, we could draw on that talent from within our state. If they've, or in some cases with applicants, they've selected from someone from their ranks who's wholly unqualified and not prepared to run a school. A program like this could play a critical role in ensuring we have Black and Latinx-led charter schools in the state. Number 4, we must guard against falling into the trap of lowering expectations on charter schools and in general, simply because they serve Black children or English language learners or poor kids. Across the country, we see a movement to strip away standards and accountability in schooling, to focus more on social emotional learning, the whole child, and curing poverty rather than holding those charged with educating children accountable for actually doing their job. Make no mistake, while such action may feel like we are doing good, being responsive to student challenges, it does not achieve that outcome. We must stand in the gap and say your outcomes as a charter school matter. Test data matters. Results matter. In fact, they are the most important thing that matters amidst a whole lot of other noise in the education sector. As Doug Lemov, the author of Teach Like a Champion, put it, where there's no grounds to judge, the elites will win all the prerequisites. This is to say that when meritocracy disappears, aristocracy returns. Lowering or removing core standards cements white privilege and removes mobility for students of color. Finally, I believe we need to advocate for school choice openly and honestly. Choice in schooling is educational freedom. Why should low-income parents of color not be able to choose where their children go to school? Every person who is anti-charter or sits on a local school board and opposes charter should be required to send their child to the worst performing school in their district. Otherwise, they should acknowledge that they believe choice should not be accessible to all, just those that sit in a position of privilege. We must be strong advocates to shift the power from large systems and into the hands of parents, students, and communities that know best. As a school leader that has spent my entire 20-year career working to ensure all children, regardless of race or zip code, have the opportunity to have an excellent education, and who spends every day working to run a school that equips Black and brown children to succeed in this country on absolute terms, regardless of their skin color, I believe it's imperative we work with urgency on these issues as a board. As people in power and as citizens of the great state of North Carolina, it's time for us to lead. It's time for us to lead from the front and tackle these issues head on with clarity and purpose. We have the opportunity to play a critical role in changing educational outcomes for all children. ensuring our country lives up to its ideals of liberty and justice for all its people. I'm honored to work with all of you alongside this effort. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Hilda Parlay, I commend you on your reflections this morning and the challenge for us to do better and to improve be voice for choice. Very well done. Kudos. Thank you so much.
This is
Thank you, Hilda.
just also give my thanks to Alex for that very well written and heartfelt statement and passion. And I can hear it in your voice, Alex, and it's a challenge to all of us. So thank you for your comments this morning. They mean a great deal.
This is Jeanette Butterworth. I want to echo that and appreciate your statement, Alex, and would like to talk as a board, whether now is the time or not, but to talk about how to move some of those recommendations that Alex put forward, how to move them forward for us as a board.
Yeah, I think I'm happy to, I appreciate all those comments. I'm definitely happy to take certainly the bullet points and the rest of the statement. I do think that, words mean really nothing without some action. So I'm happy to kind of share out the recommendations for us to discuss potentially in more detail in July when we have time, and then people could also look at those recommendations between now and then. And then if we have a meeting in July or August, we could kind of move some of those forward depending on what the pleasure of the board is. Certainly, debating them now would take us even further off track than I've already done. So I do want to acknowledge that.
Alex, this is Cheryl. I want to thank you for that. I feel
Permission to add my voice into this.
okay. You want to speak first, Doug? Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I have a statement that I've also written that I submitted to the chair for being able to read. So I want to begin by opening with recognizing that I'm a white man of great privilege, and the past few weeks have highlighted for me much of what I've been engaged in at an academic level through my own personal research, readings, and discussion of race and of privilege with friends and colleagues that are people of color. But I also recognize that even research and discussion is just that, it is a privilege, as I do not have to experience racism in the same way that my friends, colleagues, or my students and parents of color do. Feeling the tension of the now and the not yet, racist practices and now that are embedded and ingrained at a micro and macro level, particularly in this realm of education. The desired hope of eradicating these practices and offering true equality in education and beyond that has not yet been realized in our society. I recognize that racial and social inequities are a stark reality for many students across the state, and even so, for my own student body that I teach each year in my classroom context in Durham, North Carolina. The past several months have been a trying time for educators across the state at all levels. COVID-19 did not create these problems, it only exacerbated the ones that exist. Likewise, the deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, among several others, have not created a problem, but they've only punctuated the point of undeniable racism on both a humanistic and a systematic level. These events place this advisory board, along with the State Board of Education, educators, policymakers, philanthropists, parents, and all others working in the lives of our students to work with vigor and candor toward addressing the actions of racism in our lives and of the inequities that are all too real across the state. We can no longer sit back and allow the proverbial chips to fall as they may, but instead we must work with intentionality toward breaking the mold of what has been the norm, to work with anti-racist attitudes and actions, centralize and focus on how we, this advisory board, can help create a more equitable place for students across the state. One of our charter leaders, Tammy Sutton, founder of KIPP ENC, wrote on this specific specific to white people, and how we should start working in this space in a piece that she published on May 31st in EdNC. As a classroom teacher, I am on a precipice. What am I doing to actively work with intention and purpose toward anti-racist behaviors? This question is true on both a personal level and on a business level, since both of these can and typically do intersect. And I've realized that through research, reading, and discussions, that can only take me but so far. I must be a doer and put research, readings, and discussions into a physical action into that comprehension. To immediately address this gap between doing and acting, I've signed up for myself to participate in the anti-racist professional development designed for educators through the Durham-based We Are, to not just force myself to look within, but to begin to create action steps that are manageable and achievable, and that would allow my students, my colleagues, and my friends to know that I recognize their value and their truth and their humanity. This advisory board is also at a precipice. We have an opportunity beginning this very next year to showcase how we will work with intentionality toward anti-racism and eliminating inequalities across the state. I have two primary suggestions, which I also believe are easily attainable to this board. It does not mean that the work will be easy, but implementing them will cost you very little. The first suggestion is in how we consider the role of applications for new charters to apply and how they will address their own inequities and racial disparities in their context. I think this process is precisely the type of exercise that any educator wanting to open a school to provide a quality and sound basic education for all children should be required to consider as they work through what it means to educate. Secondly, through the Office of Charter Schools. As a part of the renewal process, I recommend that we promote a space for assessing the social emotional equities and inequity distribution, along with racial equity and inequities that are present in schools. COVID-19 and the current racial discussions happening across America will no doubt play a significant factor in the lives and well-beings of our students for years to come. We should position all schools to consider how they plan to work within these nuances and support our students holistically so that every child may still have access to quality and sound basic education. This very idea is one that's being promoted as task forces work through our state and how we update our school report cards and what those school report cards may look like in the near future. This consideration could be another tangible and constructive way to help our charter schools to be successful, especially at such a crucial and historical moment in history. These are merely suggestions and ones that are meant to start important and necessary conversations as history presses on. May we not allow ourselves to be left behind, or worse, to be on the wrong side. I believe that each person here at this table has the best of intentions when it comes to education of our students. While each of us is informed and shaped through our own beliefs on the how of how we educate students, I do not want to suggest that anyone here does not have the best of intentions and access to education for all students. I speak with fervor and a sense of anger is because these emotions are very real to me. I take my role as an educator for all children with the greatest of honor. And I cannot help to think that every time another Black person's face flashes across the news screen with another death, I just cannot help but think, I hope I never have to see one of my students' faces on that screen with that headline. I appreciate that the board has offered me this advisory position, and I continue to look forward to learning from you all as we move forward. I sincerely hope that we can begin the dialogue that is required of us here, and that we will not only work with an earnestness and zeal of intention, but that we will also work toward wanting to do what is right and working beyond our best intentions for the students in this great state. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, for your statement and for sharing. Really appreciate that.
Alex, I just wanted to say thank you for that, and I look forward to us having a further discussion on how we can implement policies or whatever to try to address the issues that you raised up. So just wanted to say thank you, but I won't go on. I know we are tough on time, and I know Cheryl had wanted to say something, and I would be curious and happy to hear what she had to say.
Yeah, Cheryl. And then we'll move on, team, if everybody's good.
Thank you, Stephen.
First of all, Alex, I want to thank you for being courageous enough to step up and say what was on your heart. This is an area, as you know, about which I am extremely passionate. And I feel like there have been times on the board when we have not directly addressed what was clearly a racist issue because nobody wanted to say that's what was going on. I think that we have to hold people highly accountable. I think that schools that go on for years and years and years teaching Black and brown kids and are low performing forever and ever is a tragedy. And we can't allow that to happen. I really feel that if we don't set a standard, what's been will always be. And what I know to be a fact is there is nothing wrong with the children. They are not inherently less intelligent. They do not, they may have issues in life that they have no control over, but they're also some of the most resilient people on the planet. And there is no reason that there should be an achievement gap that has lasted for decades. That can't be about the children because there's nothing wrong with the children. That's about us. And I think we have to own it and fix it. So I thank you for stepping up and making that, putting that out there so that we could have an opportunity to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. That means a lot to hear you share, and couldn't agree more. This is good dialogue. Travesty that we can't do it in person because it's awkward to have these type of heavy conversations when you're sitting in your bathroom. Not that I'm in my bathroom, but you know, it is difficult, and I think hopefully we can come together. I'd like to have the kind of next phase, maybe hopefully we could be in person with appropriate distancing in July or August, whenever our next meeting is. I think we're going to talk about that, to have you know, have some conversations about how we put some actions into play, and while in the way that is appropriate given our role and position over making recommendations to the state board around charter schools. So I look forward to that, and we'll see if we can't work a little bit on the calendar at some point. But we're going to go ahead. We are at this time 34 minutes behind, it looks like, so we're going to jump into the amendments at this time.
Okay, everyone, this is Ashley Becerra with the Office of Charter Schools. We have 2 amendments at this time. I'm going to begin with the Hawbridge Schools enrollment request. Let's see, I have a lot of attachments up here. So last month we spoke about the Hawbridge Schools request, and there were quite a lot of questions, so we decided to go back to the school leader and get some more information. And she is actually joining us today, Maya Sikati. But as a reminder, the Hawbridge School is a charter school operating in Alamance County. They are located in Saxapahaw, and they are seeking an enrollment increase of greater than 30% for the 2021 year. It will be quite a large increase. I believe it's about 84 or 85% enrollment increase. There are certain statutory requirements that are set out for an enrollment increase over 30%, and those have all been reviewed, and the school has met those requirements. The school has also sent our office, and it's on eBoard for your review, several items including a 5-year planned out budget and information on their current enrollment. So you will see their projections for the 2021 year will be an increase to 594. They are currently at, I believe, 323 students. They will be building a new facility, which will house and have the capacity for this amount of increase. They have a fairly large waiting list, which meets the 90% requirement statutorily. Currently, they have 248 students on the wait list, and you will see that they've broken it down by county, which they serve several counties in that area. They've also provided information on sibling enrollments, which over the last several years have varied anywhere from around 20 to 40% of those enrolled. And if you have any other questions at this point, I see Maya is available to answer any of those for us. Thank you for joining us, Maya.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everybody.
Is this for the 2021 school year? So the upcoming school year that you want this increase?
Yes, 2021, 2022.
What would be the increase for 2021? Because it was my understanding that the increase was for 21, 22.
So the request is for August 2021. So it'd be the 2021, 2022 school year.
Mr. Chair, this is Hilda Parlay. How confident are you that you can meet that 85%? How confident are you that you will get those students?
Based on review of our historical data that we've been keeping regarding enrollment, I'm 100% confident that we can meet this enrollment. Our waiting list, I just went back and revisited again. I've got another 10 more applicants for this upcoming school year, and we don't have any more seats to offer. So out of roughly 310 applications, we were able to offer 64 seats. And we'll continue to have people enroll or fill out the lottery application to be on the waiting list. They will do this all school year. So our waiting list grows as the school year goes on. So I'm 100% confident that we'll be able to fill this new building.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just so that I'm understanding the table that we were looking at a second ago, by expanding, you'll be able to reduce the number of siblings, so you'll just have more slots. So it seemed like for a minute there, 2 years ago, you had 40% of the new students that applied or were accepted were siblings. So this is essentially opening up the school to more people. Is that right?
Yes. Historically, what we're seeing is that because of the sibling preference clause, we're really minimizing the number of new families we're able to bring to the Hobbridge School. And with that, we're seeing, minimal diversity in our school because it's the same families. And so we really think that given our numbers and given our waiting list and the number of applicants we get every year, that by being able to offer more seats, we can increase diversity and reach more families.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My question is regarding the budget. I see that there were several key positions eliminated in the new budgets. The lower EC teachers, the school assistant, lower director, I think, and data manager. Can you explain that?
Yes, I believe, pulling that up now. Okay, so the data manager is a position that we don't currently have. We've never had a data manager at the Hobbridge School. And so, it's one of those situations where we have never had it and we've made do, and we've all learned PowerSchool and we've all become savvy with how to track data. And so we eliminated that position just because it was kind of like a wish list. And we really had to focus on our class size because that is a major part of our charter. And so we felt like it was more important to put those positions as classroom teachers versus someone, you know, to help us manage tardies and those kinds of things. We already have a system in place for that, so we did eliminate that. The lower school assistant director, we eliminated that because we're embedding 2 new positions into the lower school, which are the curriculum, instruction, and assessment director and the remediation and enrichment specialist. Both of those will be housed within the lower school. So we don't want to be administration heavy, and we need to maximize the best use of our funding. So we felt like at the lower school, those 2 positions that we've added will far benefit our students more than an assistant director at the lower school. With regards to EC, we do, right now, I used to be the EC director here at the Hobbridge School. We have not filled that position since I moved into the executive director's role. And so we've got 2 teachers for the lower and 2 for the upper, and then we've added an EC director because we're expecting our EC population to grow, and we need a director to oversee that program. So those are sort of the justifications for the eliminations of some of those positions. I will add too, with regard to the budget is based on us borrowing the full loan amount from the USDA. We have no intention of borrowing the full loan amount. We're coming in at about $1.5 million less than that. So there's a possibility that I might be able to plug a couple of those positions back into the budget. This is just sort of our worst case scenario because we don't want to go over budget, but we're looking at this point $1.5 million less to borrow than what this budget's written for.
What is your current EC population percentage?
We've got about 35 kids on our head count. It's about 11 to 12%.
What's the Alamex County? Do you know roughly?
Off the top of my head, I don't know what their EC percentage is. I believe they're within the state range. I don't believe they exceed that state span.
Thank you.
All right. I noticed that you haven't applied for the Access grant. Is that something that you're considering?
Yeah. Yes, our board is in discussions right now about how to move forward with that process. They chose to not apply for this coming school year because we just have a lot on our plate right now with this potential expansion. COVID hit and it just really sabotaged a lot of the conversation regarding the grant, but we did bring that topic back to the table at our last board meeting. So it will be an ongoing discussion for our board.
And would you be open to the weighted lottery? Because I feel like that would give us some comfort that with this expansion that the diversity component of it wouldn't be more able to be realized.
Yes, I agree. And we've talked about the weighted lottery as well in combination with the NC Access grant. So those 2 topics have been brought to our board and we're in discussion now.
I'm going to ask the board members when you speak. This is Alex. Just identify yourself with your name beforehand. I know we have some, external people listening, and I just want to make sure that we give our name quickly before we speak. This is Alex, and I just have a follow-up question for the Office of Charter Schools. Do we have any precedent for an expansion like this, an early expansion, is there any legal ramifications that we're concerned about? So A, is there any kind of historical precedent that we could rely on in making this recommendation to the state board, or are there any legal concern issues that we might not be aware of?
This is Ashley from the Office of Charter Schools. As far as precedent for this, there have been several schools that have come with enrollment requests a year early, usually because of this similar situation in terms of constructing and needing either a loan or some type of like agreement with a developer. So as far as the timeline, there's precedent for this. I don't know that there's been necessarily an increase of this size, although there's, I believe each year I've had increases for up to around 60 to 70% of enrollment. This school obviously is although it is an 80 something percent, like 84% increase, it's, we're dealing with much fewer individual kids because it's a smaller size school. And then in terms of what we've always presented to the state board for these type of enrollments over 30% is just completely in line with the statutory requirements, which they have met and include having a 90% commitment, which is usually shown by waitlist data or survey data. And then also having no compliance or financial issues. And this school has met all of those requirements.
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave. I am aware of, I think it's Oxford Prep that added an elementary school to their middle school, high school. As Ashley just said, they had a larger number, so the percentage wasn't as high, but the total number of students might have been close to that. So there have been schools that have done this in the past. Oxford Prep come to my mind first.
This is Alex. I would say that this is again, part of the percent. I think if you focus on the percent, you're not, we're not talking about 700 student school growing by 80%. So, this is the actual numbers versus percentages are not gigantic. I'm in favor of this and, would be ready to have a motion. I think that with the caveat recommendation to the school itself is that schools have done this before and it has been problematic. So I think about Kestrel Heights. I think you went back and talked to them, they might have said, they might say we grew too fast. They kind of replicated, or I think they added the elementary school. They did it really quickly, and it was very difficult. I think most charter leaders, as you all probably had those discussions internally about risks associated with growing quickly, rapidly, kind of replicating the whole school overnight type thing. So obviously, would just impress upon you to be thoughtful in your planning. And then I do think that if your board, between now and the July meeting of the state board, if your board were to approve weighted lottery and be communicated to the state board, I would expect that your approval of this I feel they would be more comfortable approving it. That would be my recommendation to you. But I'm in favor. If a school that is run well, it has evaluated the risk, it positions them with a USDA loan to manage their finances responsibly and be thoughtful about this planning ahead. I think we want to encourage people to plan ahead and be thoughtful rather than just come to us, hey, we're going to double the school next year. And so I think we want to encourage the kind of extended on-ramp the school has to plan. I think that's a good thing.
Mr. Chair, this is Stephen. I agree with what you just said, all about there. I think this school knows, has evaluated the risk, have evaluated the benefits, and moving on and trying to do more and good things. They've been a good school so far. And so I would move that we recommend to the State Board of Education that this enrollment increase amendment be approved.
This is Bruce Friend. I'll second that motion.
Okay, I'm going to take roll call. Jeanette Butterworth,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger. Oh, I think she's absent. Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon,
Aye.
Stephen Walker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, thank you so much, Maya.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I hope y'all have a good day.
Okay. The second amendment we have today is from Telra Institute, and I'm sure most of you would call Telra as they were recently before you to have their application approved. They are currently in the planning year. They plan to be a K-5 charter school to open in the 2021 to 2022 school year in Mecklenburg County. That was their original proposed county. You'll recall they had a rather unique gifted program as part of their educational plan and mission. They are also currently, they have a pending application with the NC Access program, and I believe they are being recommended for approval for a planning and implementation grant later today in our agenda. They have 3 requests. So I'm going to begin with the first one, and once I go through these, Dr. Bott is here with us, the chairperson, and he can answer any specific questions you may have. The first request is an enrollment in grade level increase. So they are seeking to increase their enrollment in year 1, 2, and 3. So they've submitted a amended enrollment chart, and you will see that in year 1, it's just a 1% increase. In year 2, it is a 4% increase, and then in year 3, it is a 19% increase. By the time they get to that 19% increase, that is the equivalent of 0.09 of Charlotte Mecklenburg students and 0.35% of Union County students. They are seeking to not only increase the enrollment to open up more spots for economically disadvantaged students through their weighted lottery, but they are also seeking to defer the inclusion of grade 4 in their first and second year. So originally they planned to open with grades 1 or K to 4, and now they are seeking to open with grades K to 3, so they can focus on getting those first couple grades firmly set and successful in the first couple of years. So that is their first request, an enrollment and grade level change. The second request is a weighted lottery request, and they have set a goal of 20% of seats to a weighted lottery. They have chosen educationally disadvantaged categories, including economically disadvantaged, English learners, students with disabilities, and immigrant students, all which are in line with federal guidance and allowances on weighted lotteries. They have also submitted a very detailed admissions and enrollment policy, which they worked extensively with our office to craft and make sure it was aligned with best practices. And then finally, they have a location change request. They have also submitted information regarding their real estate search and the difficulties they had in finding a suitable location in Mecklenburg County. So they have found a parcel of land that is across county lines to Union County, but only 1.5 miles south of the initially proposed area in the charter application. So it's a county change, which is reflected in the budget, but it is a, demographically, it's not very different because it's only a mile and a half away. So I think that covers the 3 requests, and now I will open it up for questions and discussion.
This is Cheryl. I have some concerns about this request. The area they're looking to move to is Weddington, which is one of the highest income cities in the state of North Carolina. I find it hard to believe that they'll be able to get 20%, at least economically disadvantaged. They might be able to find EC kids. I just feel like this is a significant change. The reason they had such a hard time is because they were looking in Ballantyne, which is also a very high income area, and so the land's really expensive there. I'm concerned about that this school could become an elitist school and not open to all kids.
This is Bruce Friend. I guess I have a operational or procedural question. By changing the county in which the school would be located, does that necessitate giving the new district union an opportunity to make any type of LEA statement, or is that we're beyond that?
We don't usually request that for an amendment, but it is something we could reach out to the to Union County for that if they would like to, just like schools have the opportunity when an application is pending.
I would like to request that is done. I think that that's important to the county to have the opportunity to respond. This is Rita Hare.
This is Alex Quigley. Mr. Bott, could you share how much do you have budgeted for transportation, and how you considered that this will necessitate more transportation?
Absolutely. I'll address that and appreciate Ms. Turner's comments as well. So, look, if it had been our choice, we'd want to be in Mecklenburg County and, a little bit farther north if we could. As she noted, we spent 6 months looking for real estate and just couldn't find it. So we're a mile and a half south of our originally intended area, and we are budgeting for 3 school buses. We participated in NC Access to help support that. And so our goal is to use those buses to help us bring in students that, would otherwise be unable to attend, and pulling students in from farther north in the Charlotte Metro. Right? So we want to use that to help enable us to have a more balanced demographic. Right? And of course, with our weighted lottery, that is absolutely our goal, to have a way to serve ED kids.
This is Cheryl. I'd like to see us table this until we give Union County at least a chance to respond. I think a change of county without, where Mecklenburg County had the opportunity to do an impact statement. I don't think they did, but they had the opportunity to do that. Union County would not get that same opportunity, and I think it's only fair that they have the opportunity to do.
And this is Hilda Parlay. I agree with Cheryl.
This is Sherry. I'd also like to see the transportation plan and the school lunch plan, how that's going to impact the students who we're trying to attract with the weighted lottery.
so we, as I mentioned, we plan to have 3 school buses. We also plan to have a national school lunch program compliant system with free and reduced lunches for economically disadvantaged students that qualify.
I think that I mean, this is Alex. I'm in favor of the tabling, and I'll seek a motion for that. I think that there are going to be real issues about, you know, there were some, I think, concern on the state board with location or even earlier on. I think this move exacerbates it. I don't know. I have no idea how far Weddington is from, you know, the more economically disadvantaged part of Charlotte. But even if you have a bus, I mean, parents don't want to send their kids really far away. Even if the school is good, I think it's particularly hard when you have a, you know, it's particularly hard when you have even a existing school, but when you have a new school, what ends up, the concern is that, you know, your lottery is just significantly overwhelmed by a specific income level, particularly because, you know, there's a lot of unknowns if now you're talking about a pretty far from a more disadvantaged part of Charlotte. So I think there are some challenges in this amendment. I also do think that we want to be careful with precedent when we're talking about, even if it is only 1.5 miles. I think, and we know charters draw from all different counties, but I do think the county of location is a factor. It matters. I think we want to be careful with how we kind of evaluate charters that are seeking amendments that involve a move to a totally different county than what was in the application. Despite, you know, I get it, like it's not that far, but I also think that everyone's concerns regarding the county opportunity for county impact statements and things like that are, you know, do matter.
Mr. Chair, this is Stephen. I remember going back and looking through this one. This was the one that, you know, the initial statement was, you know, talk about their idea was highly gifted children and almost serving like a magnet for gifted children. But then, you know, I remember we had asked about a weighted lottery, you know, towards that goal is, you know, were you going to have, you know, for gifted children, and then it was kind of like, well, you know, all children are highly gifted children. I mean, I see, you know, understand crossing the border gives some pause there. I don't think there's a whole lot of socioeconomic difference between Valentine and Weddington. Really, probably not much at all. But you know, I will say I think this is something that probably needs a little bit longer look. So I would support motion to table. I'll actually just make the motion that we table this to the next meeting of the Charter School Advisory.
This is Cheryl. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll take roll call. Jeanette Butterworth.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Hilda Parlay.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon.
Aye.
Stephen Walker.
Aye.
It passes. It will be tabled until next month.
Thank you for considering this, and I'll work with the office to answer any questions or provide any other information that will be helpful in evaluating this next month. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Alex, I wanted to ask a question, actually, of Ashley.
Yes, sir.
Ashley, as they're preparing information for next month, please ask them to look at where are the low-income areas and how long is it going to take kids on the bus to get from those areas to Weddington,
Okay, I will do that.
wherever they're planning to draw from.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, board. So that is the totality of the amendments for this morning, but I will mention that towards the end of the day, when we hear from our low enrollment schools that are giving updates, we will have an amendment request from Blue Green Academy, but they will be making that amendment request as part of their enrollment update for you. So at this time, I'm going to move on to the calendar revisions for the upcoming months. And we had previously approved a calendar at our last July meeting, and we need to just review some revisions we have made and approve those going forward. You will see that we have added a July meeting for July 13th. Normally, our July meeting takes place at the North Carolina Charter Schools Association Conference, and that conference is no longer taking place in person. So we are going to I am proposing a meeting date for July 13th, which is the week after the state board July meeting. In August, we still have no meeting scheduled, which is consistent with years past. And our thinking is also that this will give board members time to review applications personally. And then in September, going forward through January, we have put 2 dates on the calendar. At this point, we do not know if we will need both dates, but we like to have them on the calendar and held in case we need them due to a large amount of applicants. We just don't know at this point how many applicants we will have. Any questions on the calendar proposal?
This is Alex. Are we proposing that July is a remote meeting? Are we expecting it to be remote?
At this point, I'm expecting it to be remote. I have not heard any updates or guidance on whether we can have in-person meetings at this time. And I believe the state board meeting the week prior is scheduled to be remote. At this point, I would say it's going to be remote.
Do we anticipate then that beginning in September, we would go back to face-to-face?
I would hope so. If we are given guidance that we can have those type of meetings and that number of people meeting in the building, I would think we would be able to do that.
Ashley, this is Sherry.
Mm-hmm.
So based on the new application schedule, were we not anticipating needing additional days in July to do group discussions of those? Is that changing now?
Well, I believe the applications, yes, applications are due July 24th. So we wouldn't have those available to discuss until, the last week of July. Which is why we were planning on having August as the time that board members could review before coming together as a board.
So initially we had said we would review them as a group, have like a group discussion before we had so are we not going to do that now and just start discussing in September?
Sherry, this is Dave. We are going to talk to leadership about that. We know that was something that we had discussed, and it's our intention to try to still be able to have those discussions, but we would not be ready to have that in July. Could possibly have it by September. But we still would like to have the type of discussion that you guys recommended a couple months ago.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I'm not pushing for it to be done in July, believe me. But I did like the fact that we were going to try to do it as a whole group so that we're all of the same, in the same mind on set at that time.
I believe, in speaking with Darian, Dr. Jones in our office, who's leading up applications this round, the thought was to have that discussion that you are referring to, Sherry, in September, and allow the board to discuss as a group and then vote on next steps for that application, and then interviews could actually start in October.
Thank you. That sounds great.
This is Alex. I think we were talking July when we originally thought we were going to be able to have an earlier deadline, but then everything happened, and I think that's how we ended up having to push it back. I can't remember.
Ashley, this is Hilda. I think it's a very good idea to have August open. So that gives us time to really vet those, the applications that will be on the table.
Again, this is Dave. Right now, we have 13 applications in the system. Obviously, it doesn't close till July 24th, but right now there are 13 in the system.
Dave, this is Rita. How many of those are fast track?
I am not sure. I'd have to ask Dr. Jones that, but we'll find that out for you in the next few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Ashley, are we seeking a motion for the calendar?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make the motion that we approve the calendar as presented.
I second that, Hilda Parlay.
This was Sherry.
Okay.
Before we vote on this, are we going to need to vote on anything else dealing with the calendar, like the charter app timeline? Is that going to require a vote?
No, just the revisions to the calendar because you had previously approved a different calendar.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something we could bump together.
This is it. Any further discussion?
Just a follow-up question. Is it possible we will need 2 days in September as we review those apps for the first time together? Just keep a second day open?
I would say yes. I would put those from September to January. I'd keep those two days on your calendar. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll take roll call vote. Jeanette Butterworth? Aye. Bruce Brown?
Aye.
Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay?
Aye.
Alex Pickett?
Aye.
Sharon Reeves?
Approve.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon?
Aye.
Stephen Walker?
Aye.
All right, that passes.
This is Alex. I'm looking at the agenda and I just want to clarify, do we have, okay, we have RTO interviews that were supposed to start at 10:40. We don't have people present for the renewal process or access interviews, right?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe could we start with the renewal process overview from Shonda, and then maybe if we can finish that in 20 minutes or 10 minutes, we could maybe, I'm suggesting to the board that maybe we shift to the RTO because we have people that are actually on the call for those interviews, and then tie up the access at the end. That was just a thought that I had to, so that we stay on track with visitors. I didn't know if that was.
This is Jay Whalen with the Access Program. If I could just make a quick comment. I requested being in the morning to take care of my daughter in the afternoon, so I would prefer maybe if we could go right now. I don't know if pushing the renewal conversation is something that this board would be amenable to, but if it's possible for me to be on this call in the morning, that we could go.
Yeah,
first.
yeah, that's.
This is Shonda Cooper, Office of Charter Schools. I'm prepared to go, and my report is extremely succinct. It won't even take probably 5 to 6 minutes. So,
Okay, let's go ahead and maybe we can get back on track here. So let's keep rolling, and maybe we can catch up by the time we get to this school interviews, do everything, and maybe be 10 minutes behind. Okay, go ahead.
okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me some time this morning. What we're looking at is the 2021 cohort of renewal schools that will be coming before you in October. Because of COVID-19, they will not have school data for the 2020 school year. And so what we're trying to do is provide a solution for or a recommendation for how we can move them forward rather than holding up the 18 schools that you see before you. The Office of Charter Schools, we work very closely with the schools within the cohort. We had live webinars with them, took surveys, and we've come up with what we think is a good recommendation to present to you. Next slide, Ashley. So basically what
Hey, Shonda,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. I'm recusing from this discussion. I just want to capture that, let the record show that I've recused. I would like Stephen to facilitate as a board, for the board person at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
And this is Bruce Friend. I need to do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
And Hilda Parlay needs to do the same.
Thank you, Mrs. Parlay. Okay, so the Charter School Advisory Board, the OCS recommendations would be that the Charter School Advisory Board will review the most recent 3 years of data that's available, along with all other reported information. That process would not change just because of looking at data that's the most recent. It would still include all the other information that would be in any other renewal report from finance and governance as well. But instead of just waiting a year and holding people up, we want to be able to look at what the schools have in place right now, and the Charter School Advisory Board can make an informed decision using that data. The addition to this recommendation is that in the event that any school feels they are not receiving the most favorable outcome because they lack data for this past year, would have the option of a 1-year extension to their current charter agreement so that they have an opportunity to show the most current progress of their students. So that would be our recommendation. I don't know if you have any questions. I'm open for questions at this time.
Shonda, this is Cheryl. Hi, would the 1-year extension, would we be suggesting the 1-year extension, or is this something they request?
Very good question. So initially, the Charter School Advisory Board would make a recommendation for all 18 schools. After those recommendations are made, or after the preliminary look at the school and the school is not comfortable with the outcome, then they would at that time have an option to say, we would like to opt for the 1-year extension. The school would make that choice.
And this is Jeanette Butter with a follow-up question to that. Would it be a guaranteed extension at that point, or would the board consider it and vote?
So the reason that we added that piece to the recommendation is because we're all in uncharted waters, and we wanted to make sure that we offered a solution or recommendation that was fair and consistent. So with that being said, more than likely, and I would yield to, of course, we would have to discuss with the board, the school would have the choice. So it wouldn't be a matter of having to vote to say, yes, they can have the choice, but they would just say, we're not comfortable, we'd rather wait for our 1 year. That's the way that it's interpreted right now. Yeah. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, Shonda, this is Stephen. I think, to me, this is going to make the kind of the best of both worlds. If a school, but based on their 3 years of data that we have available, the grades they have, if they're going to get a 10-year or a 7-year, they're probably going to be happy, okay. If there's a school that thinks, hey, this was our year to really bump it up, and we're in the 3-year, or or lower than that, or we're in the 5-year, and we feel like with 1 more year of data, we're going to be able to bump up. it's there. And so basically, it's we're not going to we're going to basically almost assume the best of the schools that that are kind of on those bubbles, so that they can come back and have one more year of data before we make the recommendations. And so, you know, I wish we could just do it like normal, but we can't. And I think the recommendation really does what we need to do, and I think it will save us a lot of grief down the road. If, you know, if we made a lower recommendation, or on the, you know, the possibility that we had to not renew a school, I think that is, you know, having this 1-year extension just kind of goes, I just can't see how, you know, if we were going to non-renew a school, how that's going to work in this current situation.
No, this is very uncharted. So again, we did not come up with these recommendations lightly. This has been a very close work with the schools that are actually being affected. So it includes the voice of that cohort as well. They've had an opportunity to kind of share their feelings. So I hope I answered your question. If I didn't, I'm more than willing to follow up and answer any detailed questions that you may have had to the other board member that was asking. So this is what we have. And if it goes forward, if you all decide that this is acceptable, this is what you want to do, clear communication will be given to those charter schools that when they make that decision, if they were to choose the extension, they've chosen it. And whatever that outcome is, they've chosen to accept that. So everything is on the table here. That's all I have.
And I will say, even though I won't be on the board anymore by the time you make the next recommendations after that, but I will say, I think this kind of says, let's not have the excuse of COVID, you know, when it comes back around the second time. So I think this is good. I guess the state board would need to approve this too, since it's a change to, kind of a temporary change to the current policy. So do we have a motion to approve these recommendations?
This is Jeanette Butterworth. I'll make a motion that we approve the recommendations.
Sherry.
All right, so we have seconds. I think we got 2 seconds there. I think, was that Sherry?
Sherry, yeah.
I think Cheryl did too.
And Cheryl.
All right, so any discussion or debate? All right, Ashley, if you'll call the roll.
Jeanette Butterworth,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon, Heather Van Cannon, okay, we might have lost Heather.
Aye, sorry about that.
And Stephen Walker.
Aye.
Thank you. And I had Hilda, Alex, and Bruce recused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you guys want to move on to the NC Access annual review and sub-grant recommendations?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, board members. This is Jay Whalen with the NC Access Program. We also have Dr. O'Neill on the line as well. So we'll try to move through this as briefly as possible. Feel free to stop us at any point with questions. We wanted to start with our annual review. You were mailed a copy of this, and there's also an electronic version on eBoard for you to review. But just wanted to take a couple minutes to talk through some of our progress over the last year and what are some of the exciting things coming up in the future for us. Just as a note, we will do an annual review every year, and we're starting a partnership with the Friday Institute this summer for that organization to do an external program review for us to supplement some of the work that we'll submit annually to you all and to the state board. So just very briefly, kind of where we are in the program timeline. We're a little over a year and a half into our 5-year federal CSP award. So coming up on the second round of sub-grants being awarded. They'll be officially awarded in August by the state board. and you'll see some of the milestones that we've hit along the way. So we're excited about this next round, and then also starting an additional cohort fellowship year, and some of the other things coming up. So some of the highlights from the last year, the 2019-2020 school year, the NC Access program, as you all are aware, was awarded an additional $10 million in supplemental funding. That has helped us expand the reach of the program. We're now able to award 60 subgrants over 5 years instead of 50, and we're able to support 160 leaders in the NC Access Fellowship instead of just 100 leaders, as well as provide additional supports for other low-performing schools and just the charter sector generally throughout the state. 9 schools were awarded $3.4 million in subgrant funding to support educationally disadvantaged students in year 1. So those schools have just wrapped up their first year in the program, and we're starting some end of the year conferences with those schools to reflect on the past year and look forward to the future years. We're also using that opportunity to do some remote monitoring. We've done a lot of desktop monitoring, particularly around finances, but we'll use those end of year meetings to check in and do virtual monitoring visits with each subgrantee, since we weren't able to get into the schools this spring like we originally planned. We launched the NC Access Fellowship Institute and piloted the Visiting Fellow Program. So we had 18 fellows from the 9 subgrantee schools, as well as 4 visiting fellows from schools that are not eligible for subgrant funding. And they went through a very successful first year of the fellowship. We covered a lot of information. Unfortunately, the fellowship was cut a little bit short because of the COVID-19 public health crisis. So some of our end of year meetings had to be canceled, but we did provide as much virtual support as possible. And then I'll talk a little bit during our financial review about how we provided some stimulus fundings to address some of the challenges presented by that emergency. 800 high quality seats were added at North Carolina charter schools through the expansion and implementation of new and existing schools, and roughly 250 of those seats were for educationally disadvantaged students. We expect to see that number grow significantly in the next couple of years as more schools come online, and particularly as more schools implement weighted lotteries. And as you'll see in just a minute when we talk about subgrants, the NC Access program received about 3 times as many subgrant applications this year as compared to last year, which is a testament to the recruitment and the information sessions that we put on early last spring to get more interest and give out more information and technical assistance to subgrants. So a quick review of the finances. With the supplemental award, the Access program has just over $36.6 million available to support charter schools serving more educationally disadvantaged students. As of April 1st, we obligated just over 1.1 million of that available funding. Again, that amount will grow sort of exponentially in the next year or two as more subgrantees come online. The biggest chunk of the funding, about 33.1 million, is set aside for subgrants. So as more schools come online as subgrantees and start requesting reimbursements, that number will grow very significantly in the next 2 to 3 years. A lot of the funding in the first year was for our 6 operational schools requesting reimbursements and the administrative costs of launching the Access Fellowship. And again, as I mentioned, about $3.4 million was awarded in the first subgrant cycle. So this graph just gives you sort of a larger perspective on how much that is of our total 33.1 million. And you'll see a large chunk of that bar will be filled up by the subgrant recommendations that we're going to make to you in just a couple minutes. And one of the exciting things that we were able to do, particularly because of the additional supplemental funding, was we awarded a little over $300,000 in stimulus funding to help subgrantees address some of the challenges presented by the COVID-19 crisis. So things like deep disinfecting cleans of the schools, which would be state requirements for reopening, as well as supplementing their online and virtual e-learning capabilities, whether it be with online licenses for software or the additional purchase of laptops or other infrastructure needed to support virtual learning for students while they're out of the building. So the program has 3 overarching objectives. The first is to increase the number of educationally disadvantaged students attending high-quality charter schools and expand the number of high-quality schools available to those students. So as mentioned earlier, we've awarded 9 of the 60 available subgrants. 33% of the schools met their overall enrollment targets, and you'll see in a chart in just a second, the others who didn't were quite close to meeting those targets. 50% of the schools met their educationally disadvantaged student enrollment targets. And both of these enrollment metrics are things that we monitor pretty closely and are part of our risk assessment and monitoring procedures, not only just as a program generally, but when it comes to the availability of future funding and meeting the goals. It's not surprising necessarily that only 50% met their educationally disadvantaged student targets. As you'll see in the graph in a minute, most schools were very close, but also because of the timing of receiving an award and open enrollment, only schools that had an active weighted lottery in place were able to implement that for the first year. So all subgrantees now, 100% of subgrantees will be implementing weighted lotteries or have implemented a weighted lottery for the upcoming school year. So we expect that number to go up significantly. Also, 100% of our subgrantees are implementing transportation and school lunch plans to support EDS students. And this is just a quick snapshot that I mentioned earlier. This is available to you in the annual review document. Actual enrollments versus targeted enrollments outlined in subgrant applications. So you'll see that even when subgrantees did not meet their enrollment targets, they were very close, and we expect those, particularly the EDS enrollments, to meet the targets and expand significantly in the next couple years. As you know from seeing these applications, most of the growth is happening over time. So the overall enrollment and the EDS enrollment will grow exponentially as more schools come into the program. Objective 2 is to develop and implement the Fellowship Institute for 120 school leaders. That would mean 2 school leaders from each of our 60 subgrant schools. We've upped that number now to 160 to include 40 visiting fellows, so leaders from schools that are not eligible for a subgrant. And as I mentioned before, we launched Cohort 1 and piloted the Visiting Fellows program, so we're excited for the launch of Cohort 2 later this fall. 100% of the fellows indicated a greater confidence serving ED students, and that's based on survey and participant feedback throughout some of the sessions that we had. As I mentioned, the experience was cut short due to the COVID-19 emergency, so we're exploring ways to give current subgrantees and current fellows access to some of the future programming that they may have missed, or that is just going to be different in future years, to give them some additional support beyond just their fellowship year. And Objective 3 is to develop the dedicated website that will serve as the repository for the NC Access school leader portfolios. The website is currently under development. We've hired a contractor, which is Implement Ed, and they are supporting fellows in creating and curating their portfolio entries. So we expect, as some of those begin to be finalized over the next few months, that we'll be able to launch that website hopefully later this fall with and begin sharing some best practices for serving EDS students. So a quick look at what's ahead. Awarding the second round of subgrants is what we'll talk about in just a minute. Launching Cohort 2 of the Access Fellowship will happen later this summer and early fall. We are going to send a portion of our fellows through the Want More, Do More Instructional Leaders Cohort that is managed by the leadership team at Henderson Collegiate. It's a great instructional leaders development program, and we were able to use some of the supplemental funding to support some leaders going through that as well. And we'll also be profiled by the National Charter School Resource Center, particularly around the development of our fellowship and some of the professional development that we're able to offer. So the next thing is to jump into subgrant recommendations, but I do want to pause there for any questions or comments from the board.
Jay, the people who are doing Want More, Do More, are they also doing the fellowship PD?
Yes, so we offered to some of our fellows and some of the visiting fellows specifically the ability to go through the Want More, Do More, but all of those fellows have gone through our fellowship.
Was Building Excellent Schools potentially going to be doing some training as well?
So we've had conversations with Building Excellent Schools. We've also had conversations with the North Carolina Principals and Assistant Principals Association and a number of other organizations to help provide possibly additional support in upcoming fellowship years. They weren't active in the first round of the fellowship, but as we're thinking about designing future cohorts, they won't provide sort of their full-scale offerings, but some additional smaller sessions. We're in conversations with them to possibly provide some additional support.
Okay, and then just to follow up on what I suggested in kind of the opening statement about identifying fellows of color to potentially go through the training. Is there, I don't know if you have that data. That might be interesting. You might have already be doing this, but I'd love to maybe engage. Maybe it's not through Access, but want to make sure that we're beginning that conversation at some point.
Yeah, I think we'd love to continue that conversation. Barbara and I have already started some conversations about how some of our supplemental funding could be used to support additional initiatives, some of the anti-racism work and equity training that was mentioned earlier this morning. So we are very open to having some of those conversations and seeing how we can support.
Great, thanks. Really excited about this program and about the work that you and Barbara have done. And I know Barbara has taken on a lot of the recruitment side of the work to recruit outstanding schools and leaders and bring them through the process. So I think that kind of targeted approach, it seems like it's yielded some great dividends for you all in this cycle. So very excited to see that.
It is, yeah, and I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Barbara for managing basically the entire program while we had some turnover on our team, and then I was out on paternity leave for much of the spring. So managing basically the entire application process from March 1st onward.
Yeah, she better get some props. Thank you, Barbara, for all the work that you've done. Dave speaks very highly of you on a regular basis, really on both of you, and how this just how this program has really developed. You guys have really taken this, and it's great.
I would just like to add that Jay just kind of said we were being profiled by the National Charter School Resource Center, but we were selected by the U.S. Department of Education to be profiled, and they have really been very positive and complimentary about the North Carolina program. So we had to go through a full interview, and so I'm excited about that. So our work is being recognized.
Great, so unless there's any other questions about the annual review, we'll jump into the sub-grant recommendations. So just sort of from a high level, as you all know, sub-grants are awarded to support the development, expansion, and replication of high-quality charter schools that demonstrate a commitment to increasing access for educationally disadvantaged students. The application opened in about mid-November and was due on March 1st. I mean, once we provided a bunch of technical assistance and information sessions up until March 1st, and then once sub-grants were submitted, we started our review process, and that review process includes an in-depth application review with our team and a team of trained external evaluators reviewing and scoring each application based on the state board approved scoring rubric, and then additional due diligence and work by our team just to make sure that we are being very thorough and comprehensive in the review of all sub-grant applications and our awards. So the individual sub-grant reports that are posted on eBoard and you have access to include a recommendation summary, which is a very high-level summary of the review done by our team and external evaluators, the full application from each sub-grant applicant, and the evaluation rubrics completed by members of the review committee. So those are all there for you to review. I'm not going to go specifically into each of the 36 this morning, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have specific questions as you go through or look through any of the recommendation summaries. So we will be recommending approval for 35 sub-grants. We did receive 36 total applications. I'll just make a quick note that we did receive some letters of intent for replication schools, and because based on federal guidelines, schools need to be a quote-unquote charter school or charter school developer, which means they would have had to apply, at the very least, apply for a charter. We are going to run the replication cycle on a different timeline. So later this fall, after those schools have applied to you all officially for a replication, they'll be able to submit a sub-grant application for NC Access funds for that replication. There are 6 planning and implementation sub-grants recommended for approval, and those are for schools that have been approved by you all and are going into their planning year. 11 implementation only schools, which are schools that have been open for 1 to 3 years, and 18 expansion schools, which are high quality charter schools that have been open for more than 3 years. And this would represent a little over 17.7 million in total. These sub-grantees will have up to 5 years to spend their funds and their award amounts, and we have put some restrictions on how quickly sub-grantees can spend money, and that was based on some feedback from not only this board, but the state board and our work through the last year, just for monitoring purposes. There is a limit on how quickly funds can be reimbursed. So to jump into the planning and implementation group, there are, as I mentioned, 6 sub-grants that are recommended for approval. What you'll see in the table is the name of the applicant that's being recommended, the year 5 educationally disadvantaged student population of the school, and the award recommendation. The award recommendation is based on a number of factors. It's based on the total enrollment growth of the school, the educationally disadvantaged student enrollment percentage served, as well as what kind of growth that represents within the school, the strength of the application, the reviewers' comments, as well as past academic, operational, financial performance, compliance issues, all the things that are taken into account when awarding a discretionary grant. There's particular care taken with planning and implementation schools, given that they're not open yet. So there is obviously some risk involved there, and there's different levels of allowability and things that can be obligated during a planning year, as opposed to a school that's already operational. So the schools that are being recommended for approval are Asheville Peak Academy at $500,000, City Charter Academy at $400,000, Huntersville Charter School at $400,000, Oak Charter Academy at $400,000, Telra Institute at $400,000, and Wake Preparatory Academy at $400,000. One sub-grant application did not meet the minimum approval score of 80 and will not be recommended for approval, and that is CE Academy. I guess it's probably easiest if I stop between categories. So are there any questions about the planning and implementation group before we move on?
This is Stephen. I've got one question. So we've got Telra on there, right, which we just had a discussion about in that the school we just discussed and tabled their move. How does things like that, let's say the school doesn't open, then what happens with that money?
If they are reimbursed with money and they don't open?
Right.
So, I mean, there's a number of things. There's avenues to try and recoup the money. That's a larger problem than just a North Carolina problem. That obviously happens, in the CSP program generally, and has happened over the years. There are schools that have not opened. I think part of what our job is as a program is to do the monitoring process and obviously be very clear and upfront with schools as they go through the planning year, particularly to make sure that things are on track. Enrollments are trending in the right direction and they're prepared to open the school. So there are some avenues to try to recoup that money. You know, it's very obvious that that's a difficult proposition sometimes for a school that is not going to open and is not then going to have revenue coming in. That is part of the reason that there are restrictions around how much money can be spent and how quickly it can be spent. So no more than 50% of the funds can be spent by the end of year one. So that's something we track. And we just also look very clearly and carefully at what are the necessary expenses for a planning year. I don't know if that answers the question specifically.
It does, and that's, you know, and that's fine. And I'm not saying that Taylor is not going to open. I'm just saying, you know, we're kind of discussing their mood and things like that, and how much that plays into it. So does it play into it? You know, if we're talking about moving the county that they're in, how would that play anything into the award? And then also, I guess if you could kind of walk through, you know, the 18% year 5 EDS, how is that scored in your group?
So it wouldn't necessarily affect their overall evaluation of their sub-grant. They had a very strong application. It was scored very highly. I think the 18%, while low in comparison to some of these other schools, is a significant increase of the surrounding schools for where the school plans to locate. Changing counties wouldn't necessarily change the award recommendation. I think, as some of the comments mentioned earlier, the location of the new school is not, while in a different county, is not significantly different than the original location of the school and the economic diversity that will surround the school. So that wouldn't necessarily be as big a consideration for us potentially. And obviously the final approval by state board will happen in August. So hopefully there's additional information that TELRA can provide to you all with confidence to move them forward before a final award recommendation will be made by the state board to begin with. But I will say, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but the 18% is a fairly significant increase for the area where they are located. And I think some of the concerns mentioned earlier would just be, you know, how are students going to access that school and how are they going to achieve that 18%? And those were some of the comments and a part of the evaluation that our reviewers put in.
All right, that answers all my questions. I think y'all have done a great job with this. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything that we're thinking about doing next month that causes issues.
Okay, so if there's no more questions about the planning group, we'll move on to the implementation only group. There are two slides of charts here, so if we need to go back and forth, just let me know. The first group here, again, these are for schools that have been open for 1 to 3 years, have met all of the academic achievement criteria if it's available to the school. So Achievement Charter Academy is recommended for $400,000. Alamance Community School is recommended for $400,000. Apprentice Academy High School is recommended for $400,000. Blue Green Academy is recommended for $300,000. Cardinal Charter Academy at Wendell Falls is recommended for $300,000. Davis Academy Chadbourne is recommended for $400,000.
And I'm standing here and I'm looking at her and I'm like, I'm not a victim.
Elaine Riddick Charter School is recommended for $400,000. Hubgood Charter School is recommended for $500,000. Monroe Charter Academy is recommended for $300,000. Next Generation Academy is recommended for $400,000. And Ridgeview Charter School is recommended for $400,000. Again, the same standard of review is applied to these schools as well. The year 5 and the enrollment growth and EDS percentage that the school will serve, the strength of the application, any past performance or compliance issues are all taken into account when we think about award recommendations and implementing their program.
Jay, Cheryl, a couple of these schools are up for discussion for enrollment numbers. And if they were to be asked to delay a year because they're not ready to open, would the award then hold till the following year?
Potentially it could. I think those could be individual conversations with schools. We could hold them. There are, the difference between planning and implementation comes down to really allowability. So if there was a material reason or a significant reason where a school needed to access some of these funds in the planning year to help launch the school, there's conversations that we could have as a program team with that school to think about how that might best reflect and support a school. But ultimately, yes, it could just hold for a year until the school opens, or there could be considerations to allow some limited amount of funding to be used in the planning year.
Jay, this is Dave. Can you clarify to the board that if a school is in it's like a 1-year delay, they do not have access to any of these funds? Is that correct?
Jay?
Yeah.
I don't think that's what he said, Dave.
Yes, that a school that's in a delay situation does not get any funds from this grant, correct?
So for the schools that are applying right now, I think there's conversations that we could have around if there is a necessary need for money in the planning year. I think particularly when it comes to effects of the COVID-19 crisis, a lot of these schools applied before the crisis really sort of hit in early spring, and there were some effects that came about because of that, particularly around enrollment. For a school that is currently in their planning year and has received funding and may delay the opening, these schools will not receive funding moving forward until the school opens.
And Dave, Jay and I talked about having individual conversations with those schools and not having an overall decision about every school, because there are various reasons as to why schools may have a delay. So, for example, I think a lot of them have said they haven't been able to do in-person recruitment sessions. So there are funds in their budgets for marketing and recruitment. So if that will help increase enrollment numbers, but it would be very strict regulations behind what funds you can access.
Yeah, there would need to be a pretty clear and compelling reason why funds would be available and how it would materially change their sub-grant plan. Okay, if there's no other questions on implementation only, we'll move forward to the expansion group. This is our largest group. There are 18 schools being recommended for approval. Alpha Academy is recommended at $600,000, American Renaissance School at $700,000, Art Space Charter School at $600,000, Bradford Preparatory School at $700,000, Brevard Academy at $600,000, Community School of Davidson at $700,000, Guilford Preparatory Academy at $600,000, Lake Lure Classical Academy at $600,000, Lakeside Charter Academy at $600,000, Lincoln Charter School at $700,000, Queen City STEM School at $800,000, Sally B. Howard School at $900,000, Sugar Creek Charter School at $700,000, the Arts-Based School at $500,000, Torchlight Academy at $500,000, Triad Math and Science Academy at $700,000, Two Rivers Community School at $226,580, and Wilson Preparatory Academy at $300,000. questions about the expansion group?
What's the baseline requirement to expand?
So
like qualify?
To qualify, meaning the eligibility criteria, or like what does expansion mean?
Yeah, what is expansion exactly?
So expansion is left intentionally vague by the federal CSP program to basically provide flexibility. It just outlines a quote unquote significant increase in the student enrollment or in the educationally disadvantaged student enrollment in a school. That obviously looks differently in different contexts, in different geographic regions, in different sizes of a school. So we try to take as much of that information and as much as the evidence provided by a school into account when scoring and evaluating the subgrant applications, but we don't apply any consistent standard in that respect because of sort of the uniqueness of every situation with which we're evaluating schools under. So our hope is to support as many high quality charter schools as possible, which is why we increase the recommend or the allowable funding limits that schools could apply for. So expansion schools could apply for up to the maximum of 1.25 million. And we always had the expectation that that would have to mean a very significant increase to reach the statutory maximum of getting that much funding. I will say that most schools did apply for that, and in our estimation, there was not a significant increase enough to meet that level. When you think about the statutory maximum of funding, we see that more reserved maybe for a replication that's going to be adding an entirely new school that's 1,000 students and a high percentage of ED population. So when we think about significant increase, we're trying to help as many schools as possible, but knowing that the award recommendation needs to match the expansion that's being proposed.
Jay, briefly give us the eligibility for expansion, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so there's 3 avenues. The first, the original criteria was an A or B school performance grade and met or exceeded growth for 2 of the last 3 years, and having a graduation rate higher than the state average if applicable. And then we expanded that criteria to include A or B schools for 3 consecutive years, regardless of growth. And then we also included schools that had a C or above and met or exceeded growth for 3 consecutive years. There are 3 basically avenues to be eligible for expansion.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions, I'll do I believe there's only 1 slide left, so I'll do that very quickly, and then you all can vote on the recommendations. But the next steps here would be to present your recommendations to the state board for discussion in July and final approval in August. We also will begin conducting budget review and approval meetings in late summer. We do that every year. Obviously, the award recommendations are in many instances lower than what was requested, so there's some revisions that need to happen. We go through line by line with each subgrantee to check for allowability, check for reasonableness, and we do all that budget review and approval individually with subgrantees before budget is approved and they can begin obligating any funds. And as I mentioned, we'll launch cohort 2 of the fellowship in August, and the request for replication applications will come on a separate timeline early this fall, and we'll be communicating that timeline with you all as well.
Weekend, we saw a big spike, and it just showed up last week.
So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any more questions. Otherwise, I'll let you all discuss and vote on the award recommendations presented.
I think are we ready to vote, everyone? Okay.
This is Cheryl. I have to recuse.
And Hilda Parley has to recuse.
All right, let the record show Cheryl and Hilda have recused. I'll take a motion for approval of the sub-grant recommendations.
Alex, this is Rita Hare. I move that we approve the recommendations Jay's outlined.
All right.
I'll second. This is Jeanette. I'll second.
Okay, Rita motion, Jeanette seconding, and any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call for a voice vote. This is Alex. I vote aye.
Jeanette, I vote aye.
Rita, aye.
Jerry, aye.
Stephen, aye.
Heather? I'm sure if we're able to hear Heather. And I believe Bruce, you're still here.
Alex, this is Dave. I believe Bruce had to leave, and he's just listening,
Okay.
traveling back to Raleigh.
Okay, and then Heather, if you're on, you can unmute and vote. Okay. Do we have enough? Is that I assume we have a quorum. That's enough with people.
Yes, that passes.
Okay, great. Motion carries, and we're on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Jay and Barbara, for an excellent presentation and all of this. I know this is a short amount of time for a ton of work that y'all have done, so thank you.
Great, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Ashley Becerra with the Office of Charter Schools. We are going to move on to the RTO report from Miss Claire Porter. Claire, what would you like me to open? Do you need the progress report open?
Yes, Ashley, can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes, you're coming in good.
Great. If you could open the progress report and then have the enrollment spreadsheet adjacent, that would be great. Good morning, Chair Quigley and members of the Charter School Advisory Board. I am aware I'm stepping into some very large shoes here with Dr. Keebler-Williams' departure, and I will endeavor to do my best. We're here today for an RTO update and for this body to make its final recommendations to the North Carolina State Board of Education on which of our 2020 RTO cohort schools should move forward in the ready to open process. So just a quick overview before we hear from specific 2020 RTO schools who have been invited here today to provide additional information to you. Attached in eBoard, you will find what Ashley's pulled up, the RTO enrollment summary, as well as the RTO progress report, and importantly for your consideration, the CSAB minimum guidelines to open. The CSAB minimum guidelines were created several years ago by this body, and they were guidelines to help you all determine which schools needed to appear before you prior to your making your recommendation going forward to the state board in July. So again, just briefly, schools must have 75% of their projected year one enrollment by June 1st. There must be substantial progress towards attaining a CO for educational use 30 days prior to their opening date. And they must have a...
It just had a black chairman of...
Sorry, there was a little overlay there. They must have a valid comprehensive contingency plan in place 60 days prior to their opening day, a valid break-even budget by June 1st, and they shall have received no insufficient ratings on the RTO progress report. So if any school has received an insufficient rating on that progress report, they must appear before you here today. So just some quick stats. 3 of our 9 schools who are scheduled to open in 2020 have at least one issue that needed to be brought to your attention today. 3 of them are below the 75% enrollment expectation. And as you all can imagine, we are in a very atypical year with everything that's happening. Even the data you see before you has been updated for some of our schools. So just bear with us here as we get you the most up-to-date information. One of the schools that has fallen below the 75% enrollment expectation is also serving a 1-year delay. That is Kaleidoscope Charter High School. And be aware of the fact that the next enrollment report that is due to you comes on July 6th and will include a facility update as well. One of our schools presented with insufficient progress on the National School Lunch Program. And I believe we have Ms. Leslie Otts on the line available to answer any questions that you may have regarding school nutrition concerns. One of our schools presented with insufficient overall progress as it relates to policies and procedures for exceptional children. And we also have, I believe, Dr. Rob McWatt on the line and Ginger Cash to answer any questions that you may have regarding exceptional children and that school's progress. You have your EC rubric as part of your e-board materials as well when we get to that school, and you have questions specific to their progress on exceptional children. So today, this body will make its final recommendation on the Ready to Open progress for these 9 schools. That recommendation, again, will go to the state board for a vote during its July meeting. And for each of the schools from whom you hear today, I would ask you for a motion to either have that school continue its progress towards opening in 2020, continue its progress towards opening with a stipulation, a motion to delay that school's progress for another year, or any.
Just like Tracy said, there's something.
Excuse me, if you are not speaking, please mute yourself.
Thank you. Let me just backtrack here to continue the progress towards opening with a stipulation or a motion to delay the opening for another year, or any other motion which the CSAB deems appropriate. So if it's all right on our agenda, let's begin with the schools who are here to be interviewed, going in alphabetical order. We have Elaine Riddick Charter School. I believe we have Dr. Felton on the line. Elaine Riddick is opening, due to open this year, K3, and their opening date is August 26th of 2020 in Perkins County. Elaine Riddick is appearing before you today for low enrollment, insufficient progress on implementing the National School Lunch Program, lack of liability insurance, and facility concerns. I do see that Ms. Beccaro has put up a recent letter that was sent to this body by Elaine Riddick, and I'm sure Dr. Felton can walk us through that. Just briefly, as of June 1st, we had 45 confirmed enrollments, which was 38% of the projected year 1 ADM, and they submitted a break-even budget of 80 students, which of course is the statutory minimum. As of the time that I received data from Elaine Riddick, no certificate of liability insurance had been submitted. No certificate of occupancy for educational use had been submitted, as they explained their facility was set to undergo renovations expected in mid-July. No lease was submitted. They did state a zoning variance was expected by June 15th. No renovation schedule was submitted. They were told that they would have a 60-day window by their contractors. Their contingency plan includes 2 alternative facilities. Their first choice there is at 1132 Don Juan Road in Hertford. I believe that one is still in final lease negotiations. An alternate site is at 1054 Harvey Point Road in Hertford. That may be a possibility if that first option fails. Regarding their funding documentation, no bank account had been established by June 1st. No accounting service information was submitted. They stated that they hoped this would happen by June 15th. no 501c3. However, they did submit their 1023 application. They had not hired school staff. However, they presented a spreadsheet indicating that they were actively interviewing and that they hope to have all of their hiring done by June 20th. And then last but not least, the lunch program had made insufficient progress per the NCDPI School Lunch and Nutrition Division. I believe Leslie Otts can answer any questions on that. Going back to the caveat that I just mentioned, they did update today with the letter that Ms. Beccaro had put up on another tab. So Dr. Felton may wish to walk you all through that. That's what we have for Elaine Riddick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, the charter school, good morning, Charter School Advisory Board members. Elaine Riddick Charter School has made significant progress since we last came before you on May 11th. Since then, we have more than doubled our enrollment from 23 to 53 enrollment. And that may increase even today because I hear that parents are still enrolling. To ensure we continue to make adequate enrollment progress, the school has recently placed street signs, created a commercial that will air within the week, and is about to send another round of mailers to the community. Board members will also continue to practice social distance recruiting, which makes it easier with the lessening of the COVID-19 restrictions and the readiness of our facility. Based upon the enrollment trend established since our March report, we should hit our enrollment target of 120 students for the 2020-2021 school year. Regarding the facility showroom will be utilized in the coming weeks to have parents view the facility in a staggered fashion that complies with COVID-19 social distance guidelines. We anticipate timely approval of our conditional use application. We have been assured that the facility will be ready for the opening for the 2020-2021 school year. We submitted our May 22nd ready to open report, and since that time we worked diligently to address all areas of insufficiency. We have reached out to the NCDPI School Nutrition Program, and we are committed to working with them to get on the National Schools Lunch Program. We have identified a dietitian and potential meal vendors to serve the school. If we do not get on the program immediately, we have a contingency plan, and that we will have worked out with the management company to assure that all students eligible for free and reduced lunch get a nutritionist breakfast and lunch without cost to the students and their families. We have identified liability insurance vendors, and we are in the process of getting final quotes. We will have all the required insurance policies active with an effective date July 1, 2020. We have identified instructional support resources, and we will order SchoolNet shortly. We have identified multiple other vendors, and we will have all needed resources in place in early July. We have posted the EC Parent/Student Rights Handbook to our school website in both English and Spanish. We will finalize the regular school Parent/Student Handbook at our June board meeting. We are engaged in budgeting, including the finalization EC budget for federal, state, and local funds. We are engaged in maintenance of effort planning, and we are aware of our duties and responsibilities regarding the EC program. We have already secured a professional EC coordinator to help us navigate the process. The Elaine Riddick Charter School Board and Management Company have reviewed multiple applications for a school principal/school administrator. The board and the management company have reached an agreement on final candidates for appointment of the school principal/school administrator. The candidate will be in place in time to attend the June 10th required training. With that said, Are there any questions? And
This is Rita Hare. May I ask who's speaking, representing the school?
yes, this is Dr. Mary Felton. I serve as chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Felton. Just quickly, right there on the tail end, you mentioned a June 10th training. So today's the 8th. Is that administrator in place and ready for the June 10th training?
To my understanding, yes.
Are you able to identify that school leader then?
I will have an update shortly.
Okay.
This is Claire Porter. If I may just have Leslie Otts, if she's on the line, still discuss the progress of Elaine Riddick towards the National School Lunch Program, their progress to date.
Hey Claire, it's Leslie.
Hey, Leslie.
Hello everyone. I'm just filling in today for Jacqueline McGowan, and we have not received an official form from Elaine Riddick Charter School in regards to a potential new school food authority. We've received an email, and so I've replied to that email and sent a link for this, but we have not received that form yet.
Thank you, Ms. Otts.
This is Cheryl. So are you saying that they haven't even officially applied for the school program, for the school lunch program yet?
That is correct.
And Hilda Parlay and Dr. Felton, so at this point you have less than 80 students, right? Hello?
Hello?
This is Hilda Parlay. So at this point, you still have less than 80 students enrolled.
Yes.
Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct. But with the progress, we've seen 100% increase since we were here last month on May the 11th. We went from 23 to 53.
Thank you.
And we're still out recruiting.
This is Stephen. Has anybody on your board, have y'all had a discussion about whether you should request a 1-year delay? Because I'm really hesitant to send a school forward that is under 80 right now.
Well, because we really feel that with the lessening of the restriction with the COVID-19, and we've been out and we've seen that increase. No, we have not, because we are committed, and we believe that with the current increase, that if we continue our trend, then we will definitely hit that 80 within 30 days. '23 to 53 is definitely a significant increase.
Can I speak for a second?
I would also like to say with the yard sign, with the signs out, making more people aware, and we didn't have those. That's another area that we've improved on, because we didn't have those signs out. So the marketing piece.
I'd like to speak to recruitment if I can, just a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Tony Riddick. I'm the secretary for the Elaine Riddick Charter School. And we've really ramped up significantly our boots on the ground as it relates to recruitment. And because of the reasons that we've stated at last meeting, many people in the area have been very reluctant. We learned this Saturday during our recruitment campaign. Many people have just been even reluctant about coming to the door to answer the door. But now what we're seeing is that people are a lot more flexible, people are a lot more open, and we have 11 students right now over in the DeBride complex waiting on us to come back on Tuesday to sign them up. So in addition to the 54 students that we have currently, there'll be another 11, so that'll put us at 65 students. And these students are waiting for us to come back on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, to actually sign them up. So with the kind of progress that we're seeing right now, there's absolutely no reason why we won't be over 80 within the next 30 days. Again, the biggest challenge here has been the lack of communication due to limited internet access. But what we've been able to do now is that we've been able to fashion a very specific program for this area to ensure that we're able to get over 80 students within the next 30 days. And that program is centered around face-to-face communication with the people in this area. Not only are the people pleased to see us, but they feel a lot more confident because they get a chance to talk to us about the charter school situation. So there's absolutely no reason why we can't be over 90 within the next 30 days.
Okay, is there any further questions for Elaine Reddick? I would just state where I am on this is, you know, I know it's a difficult situation, but they still have some items under school facility required documentation that are insufficient. Their lunch program as well. Their numbers are significantly low. You know, statistically, schools open with 70 to 75% of their stated day one enrollment. We take their 25 to 30% off of their number of 53. You know, and that's right now, which those numbers are not as strong as they would be on day one. I just think the data in the history that we've seen here would suggest that the school's not going to open above 80, and there's so much uncertainty right now that I would think that smart planning for schools would be to take whatever they're projecting and back 40 to 50% of that number, and then that's your day one number. And then with all the potential conditions that are going to be placed on schools around social distancing, opening, closing, I think it would be in the school's best interest to delay a year, and in the sector's best interest, because I don't see the advantage in having schools that are opening really small, but particularly in such a difficult climate. So that's kind of where my mindset is, and I'm not sure if other board members want to share their perspective.
Alex, this is Stephen. I'm in the same boat here. I just think there's too much going on for this school to move forward in the ready to open process. I'm a big supporter of the school, and I really think they need to delay for a year.
I'd like to add something, Alex and Stephen, if you don't mind. Can you hear me? Alex, Stephen, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
You know, I think what you're describing is an opportunity to make Paquimins County great. What you just laid out is exactly what makes America great. Our ability to face confrontation and challenges head on and then overcome them. I don't want you, Alex and Stephen, to feel like we need to remove ourselves from this process, because as a student in Paquimins County and understanding that there's some demographics in Paquimins County who are only achieving 30% grade proficiency, that means that 70% of them are not achieving that. We can impact that process. So it's not just a matter of not having numbers. I don't want to be complicit in a process that continues to cause our students to fail. What I'm saying is that in the worst case scenario, give us 30 more days and let us continue to move forward with this process, because we know as board members what it takes to get the numbers. We just need some more time. And also, I don't want us to in any way negate, neglect or shortchange this pandemic that we're up against. There's a real pandemic in this country. So for us to shortchange that in any way would mean that we're not recognizing that over 100,000 people have died in the United States of America, and that hasn't impacted the process. I think that we shouldn't do that. I really think that what you should do as a board is continue to allow us to move forward. It's not like we're moving forward with an inexperienced management team. We have a very experienced management team supporting us as we continue to move forward. So I don't want us to shortchange the children. I don't want us to shortchange all the efforts that we've put in. And also, let me say this. One of the things that made this so unique, Elaine Riddick Charter School, is that up until the year 2002, it was still legal to sterilize children. My mother fought hard, even when people said it'll never happen, to get that law repealed. If she would have listened to the naysayers, the law would still be on the books. It's no longer on the books. If she would have listened to the naysayers and people who didn't believe, she would have never gone to college. I would have never gone to college, and my son today wouldn't be an A student. What I'm saying is that we do not need to impede this progress anymore in Pacoima County. Let's not be complicit. Let's not, listen at this, let's not allow the few families that run Pacoima County, the ones that caused us not to be able to get the previous building, let's not allow them to win. They called. We couldn't get the library because they made phone calls. We couldn't get the building on Don Juan Road because they made phone calls. Now that we've got a building on Harvey Point Road, let's not allow them to continue to win. All we're asking is that you allow us to continue to make Pacoima County great. That's it.
Actually, this is Stephen. When does the state board need to vote on this?
I remember this guy now. I remember him.
I mean, Alex, I remember you well.
He's very compelling. I remember him.
They will vote in at their July meeting. We made a preliminary recommendation where we just gave the slate of schools at last week's meeting, and they will vote in July.
Yes, July 9th.
I mean, really, we don't have the ability to be able to do that. I mean, this thing, these charter agreements have to be signed. I think everybody's kind of in the same situation with COVID-19. Maybe Pacoimans would feel it a little bit harder. I do know that internet access is not the same in Pacoima County as it may be in other places. With that considered, I just still with all of the issues that we see right here. We're not saying not to open the school. That's not what we're saying at all. At least that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, because of the circumstance of everything that went on with COVID-19, because of all those things that you mentioned, to just allow y'all to open up in a stronger position rather than to have to feel your whole first year like you're fighting to keep that 80, you're fighting to make sure that you're in compliance with everything. Because I do think this is going to be a good school. I think there's a lot of passion there. I just don't want to get you off on the wrong foot and set it up for failure.
And Stephen, we appreciate that, and we're really happy to have this kind of support from the board. But I still want to hold on to this one side of the discussion. We should not continue to allow our children to fail. We should not do that. And then also, remember, in Pasquotank County, 6 out of the 7 schools are failing. And right now, we have 11 students that we have to sign up on Tuesday that are in Pasquotank County. And I'm holding on to what President George Bush said. We should not leave one child behind. Let's not do that. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
so if we can, give us an extension. Just give us an extension and let us continue to work. That's all we want.
So what, Dave and Alex, of course, you can correct me if I'm wrong with this. I mean, would it be possible for us to make a recommendation that would say if they have met the enrollment projection minimum standard, met the facility minimum standard, met the budget minimum standard, the RTO progress report, all of that. If they've met all that by the time that the state board voted, that then we would recommend that they move forward, ready to open. But if they have not, that we would recommend that the state board require a 1-year delay. Is that a possibility?
This is Dave. I'm assuming you're asking me that question. I would think you could do that. Either you put that in your motion as a stipulation, or we'd have to have another call meeting to make that recommendation.
This is Claire Porter. I believe there is maybe some precedent here from, I believe, a called meeting and a stipulation with Pocosin from last year, if I recall correctly.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I think maybe the easiest way to do this, because if they are making a lot of progress and they are going to get to this point, I don't know if they're going to be able to, but I would move then that Elaine Riddick Charter School be given ready to open status with the following stipulations, and it's that they have met every minimum standard before the state board votes as verified by the Office of Charter Schools. And if they have not, then the state board, we recommend that they require Elaine Riddick to have a 1-year delay.
Stephen, can you give a specific date on that meeting stipulations?
I would say the Friday before, or let's say the state board meets on what, Wednesday and Thursday?
Yes, they are meeting July 8th and 9th.
Okay, so then let's say then by 5 p.m. on July 6th.
And I would also add to that they must have a school leader at the training on the 10th.
My motion is amended to that as well. Since I don't have a second, I can do whatever I want with this motion.
I see, and I'll second that motion.
Stephen, can you repeat it completely?
I've already seconded it.
Yeah, what it was is that we would recommend to the State Board of Education that Elaine Riddick Charter School be approved, is ready to open, with the stipulations that they have met every minimum standard required by the Charter School Advisory Board, that they have a school leader in place by the next training, and that they have all of this in place on July 6th by 5 p.m. And if they do not meet those stipulations, the state board require that they have a 1-year delay.
And that is what I seconded. Hilda Parlay.
Is it time for discussion?
Yes.
By minimum standard, do we mean their projected enrollment of 120 would have to be at least 75%, so they need to have 90 by July 6th?
Yep, that'd be it, because that's the minimum standard of 75%.
And all insufficient indicators would move to either emerging or quality.
Right.
Okay.
This is Claire Porter. I would like to also add that they have at a minimum liability coverage in place at that point. That would be the bare minimum for a school at this juncture.
Yeah, I think that's, that's included when you look at your RTO. They have to have all of that is either emerging or quality. And right now, I think their liability insurance is insufficient. So that would, of course, have to be rectified under the motion that I made.
Mr. Walker, this is Dave again. Would a requirement be that they have a educational certificate of occupancy by this July date?
I think the facility, they either have to have substantial progress towards getting it 30 days before opening or the contingency plan in place. I don't think that it's necessary that they have the CO, because most of these schools are not going to have their CO, but they have to be far enough along on it, and have that comprehensive contingency plan in place that shows that they do have a contingency plan in place.
All right.
Okay.
And I will say, Mr. Riddick, don't let me down. I'm going out on a limb here.
Listen, I wouldn't dare do that because I know that we have a board that totally supports us. So we're going to make every effort not to let the board down.
Y'all better wear out some shoes walking around knocking on doors.
Well, you got it. And thanks again for the extension. We really appreciate it.
Well, we still need to vote on it. Ashley, will you call the roll, please?
Sure. Jeanette Butterworth,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon,
Aye.
and Stephen Walker.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously.
All right, moving along, the next school we have appearing before the Charter School Advisory Board is Kaleidoscope Charter High School, opening in 2020, grades 9 and 10, original opening 9th through 12th grade in Wake County, start date of August 17th, 2020. Kaleidoscope is appearing before you today to discuss insufficient ratings in enrollment, facility, key staff, lunch program, handbook, and an overall rating of insufficient with exceptional children policies and procedures. You all will remember Kaleidoscope was approved to open in August 2019 in Wake County. Due to some challenges in finding a facility, the school was granted a one-year delay in April 2019. Since that time, the school has continued to face difficulties finding a facility and enrolling in students in time for its August 2020 opening. This body on May 11th, 2020, denied Kaleidoscope's second one-year delay, which would push an opening to August 2021. The state board also, and I believe Ms. Beccaro has that letter from the state board, also ruled on this at its last meeting. So what we have here is, again, we've got enrollment, we've got facility, obviously, we've got key staff, no one's been hired, the handbook, the EC overall rating. I know Dr. McWatt and Ginger Cash are here to answer any questions you may have on that as well. And Janet Littlejohn and her board members are also on the line to visit with you about those areas of insufficiency.
Is it okay for me to start? Good morning, Charter School Advisory Board and members of the Office of Charter Schools. My name is Janet Littlejohn. I am the chairperson and interim director for Kaleidoscope Charter High School. And as you can see, we have a little presentation, and I ask if you could save your comments and questions until after our presentation. I'd like to introduce our board who's in attendance. We have Leslie Saunders, Margaret Broadwell, and myself. And I wanted to just begin with our core values. We're committed to providing a high achievement, student-centric learning environment, opportunities for high school students residing in the Greater Triangle, Research Triangle area, in an environment and through relationships that value diversity, inclusion as our preferred way of work and life. Deliberately, we crafted and to inform every Kaleidoscope Charter High School decision, the location, hiring, enrollment, curricula, community engagement, vendors, and supplies. And our diverse and broad community outreach went out through the community in South Durham, Cary, Morrisville, North Raleigh. We reached a variety of different organizations and informed them about our school. And we wanted to make sure that we had done enough outreach in the last year while we were on our delay to get the word out. And we had a very good response from a very growing community of supporters. I'll introduce you now to Leslie Saunders, who will take the next slide.
Hi, good morning, everyone. How are you today? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Let me just reiterate something that Janet talked about that refers to the last slide. Janet, could you go back to the last slide, please? Thank you. We decided to start with our core values because we felt that at our last presentation, there may have been some unasked questions about our commitment to diversity. One of the reasons I was brought on the board was because of my expertise in this area of work. I'm the former National Director of Diversity Strategy for Girl Scouts USA, the former CEO of the Memphis Diversity Institute, and my clients have included organizations like the College Board. I did comprehensive resource design for them in their 58-member schools, and the Memphis School System, several Fortune 100 companies, and the Cleveland Commission on Economic Diversity. We wanted you to know today that our commitment to diversity and inclusion it's very deliberate. It's not something we just threw in because it sounds good or it's politically correct. And our statement, our core values were something that we worked on very deliberately. We didn't borrow it from anybody else. We crafted it ourselves. And it basically informs everything we do with Kaleidoscope, including hiring, choice of location, enrollment, curricula, community engagement, vendors and suppliers. So even though those questions were not asked at our last encounter with you, we did not want this to go unanswered just in case the questions weren't asked. We have reached out and with groups such as Links Incorporated, 100 Black Men, all of the AME churches in the area, LULAC, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Triangle Area Chinese American Society. Many of these organizations have had representatives participate on our advisory board. So that's one of the reasons why we started our presentation on this note. But we would like to talk to you about our COVID considerations. So Janet, if you could move to the next slide, that'd be awesome. I just recently moved here from Georgia. I've been the board member who's been on the board for the last year, participating from the Atlanta suburbs. But as you know, we're all dealing with the COVID considerations. And when back in late April, early May, many organizations such as yours, we were hoping that we would be in a better place regarding COVID. And in some cases, COVID might have thought to have been an excuse, but it wasn't. It played a very large role in our request for a second-year delay. But you need to know that before we came to you requesting that delay, we shared professional opinions for safely reopening schools with our parents. They were not our professional opinions. This was based on advanced copies we received of the American Federation of Teachers Union on guidelines for safely opening schools and the unredacted advanced copies we received of the CDC guidelines for opening schools. Our decision was based on our concerns regarding PPEs, testing, physical distancing requirements in the classroom, on our campus, and our transportation strategies, and also a lack of information and guidance regarding which local, state, and federal funding resources were available to meet the health and safety needs. When we sent out our information to parents regarding our decision to ask for a second delay, our parents profusely thanked us for putting the health and safety of their children above our desire to open. It was a very difficult decision to make on our part. But to date, even though we're only 2 months away from this opening of schools everywhere, we still don't have answers to the questions about PPEs and testing, and we're not the only school in that same boat. And although I just moved to from Georgia, and what I'm about to say may be contradicted, I'm not sure that your body has given new charter schools that are hopefully trying to open a lot of guidance on what we should do to meet the needs that, as they've been spelled out by organizations like the CDC and the American Federation of Teachers.
This is Sherry. I'm sorry, but I'm a little confused. We're talking about you're ready to open for the fall of 2020. It sounds like you're talking about a second-year delay. That was already voted on and denied in the last meeting.
Yeah, but we're responding to some of your questions and concerns that you had last month that were not asked of us. And so now we're asking if you could just hold your questions to the end so that you can understand why we're giving you this presentation.
Well, I'm asking the question right now because I'm not understanding why you're giving the presentation. We want to know if you're ready to open in August of 2020.
And this presentation will answer a lot of the reasons why we are still going to be requesting and reappealing the decision to do a second-year delay. If you could just hold your questions to the end, we'd appreciate it.
Well, you know what, Sherry? This is Leslie.
How much longer is this presentation going to be?
Not very much longer, but it answers why we are not ready to open. Okay, and to be perfectly honest, we've come back to you at the request of parents in our community. I mean, it hurt our feelings that you denied our second-year delay, but our parents have asked us to come back to you and explain in greater detail why we are not ready to open in fall of 2020, and as have our funding sources.
I mean, I do understand, where you're coming from. And I just don't see that we're going to change this. I mean, it would, to reconsider a vote that we've already taken. It actually, before we could even discuss something like that, it takes a motion by somebody on this board that was in the majority to even reconsider it before we could put it on. It's a decision that's already been made. And I understand that you want to go through and make this make this request, but I'm just coming at it from a procedural standpoint, and I think it's going to be difficult for us if somebody has a question right now, to just be like, well, just hold your questions until the end. I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't even know if we could properly consider this unless there was a motion to reconsider.
Well, maybe by the end of this presentation, and it'll only take a few more minutes, maybe that will happen. So if we could go to the next slide, please.
Oh, Janet, hold on a second.
Okay.
May we have 5 more minutes? I'm asking you all, the board.
I'll allow it 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Quigley.
Thank you. Okay, so for our community support, we submitted a call for action. So at the last meeting, you expressed a concern whether we had community support and interest in our school. So we did reach out to about 1,400 families throughout Wake County, including our newsletter database, the social media, local community members and parents. 95% of our respondents indicated that their child would attend Kaleidoscope Charter High School if open in the fall of 2021. And 97% of our survey participants indicated that they would find it difficult to return to a brick and mortar high school in August, even with the CDC guidelines preferred a blended social distancing student rotation schedule. And the call for action resulted in a 9.2% increase in enrollment if they were to be able to enroll in our school. So we can go to the next slide, please.
Yes, this is Margaret Broadwell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Church School Advisory Board. You may not see my name listed on what you're seeing. I'm using a friend's computer this morning and not my own. And so I don't see my name listed, but I assure you it is me. I'm Margaret Broadwell. I'm the first female mayor of Morrisville, as many of you, I think, know me by this time and all the years that we've been dealing with each other. And also a member of the Kaleidoscope Charter High School Board of Directors. Not dwelling on what I'm about to, what you're seeing there as inconsistent guidance, but just letting you refresh your mind and tell you, if you did not know this piece of information, when we had found our temporary building in North Raleigh, a church property location, and we desired to request the charter amendment for this location change, we were met with several responses. One was that trying to create another charter school in the North Raleigh area would aggravate the PTAs. And the Office of Charter Schools, the Charter School Advisory Board, and the State Board would not grant it because they would be bombarded with complaint emails from the community. Another reason was, although we completed the initial OCS documentation for a location change, we were told not to request a location change, and a delay would be supported by the Office of Charter Schools, and to not do the ready-to-open documents. And then the third point is that based on the information we received from the Office of Charter Schools representatives, including a promise of support for a second-year delay request, we closed our lottery because we were already in the process of trying to get into the North Raleigh location, and all was going well at that point. So we closed our lottery, we gave up our temporary facility, and we stopped encouraging enrollment. At that point, we had 65 students enrolled within 2 weeks. I believe Janet is going to take the next slide for you.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Ashley. So what our community wants, we're in Wake County, the 14th largest school district in the United States. Many parents have indicated that they will not send their child to school unless there's a vaccine, and all parents want to know their child is safe in an engaging environmental educational environment that is applying the most current CDC guidelines. So that could mean staggering schedules with virtual learning, social distancing measures with facilities, classrooms, outside and on campus, transportation arrangements, masks, testing, PPE for student, faculty, staff, temperature take upon arrival. And our survey participants requested that we ask you to reconsider our request for a second-year delay. And I know a lot of you received letters from our families, emails, and we're hoping that you take that into consideration, please. Next slide, please.
This is a letter that you have already seen in your packet, but from our investor who is now committed by this letter to say that they will step forward and actually buy land in Morrisville in our approved charter area. We'll build the building, 22,000 square foot first phase, which will allow us to have enough space for students and the teaching programs for the first 2 years. Then there would be a phase 2 for additional square footage. A total of projected a $7.1 million investment to make this charter school happen in the territory that we have. We already have, as you I'm sure already know, a land identified with a willing seller. Our investors, I think it may be of interest to you to know that early on we had a different investor. That investor wanted us to have a temporary site for 1 year before they would buy the land and build the building and lease back to us. This Performance Charter School Development Company has now said they recognize the difficulty in us complying with what your requests have been to locate within our already approved area. So that's why they said, okay, if you can find a temporary site somewhere else, we will help you with the money to get into that temporary site. But then when we found it and it wasn't something that you all were ready to jump on and say yes to, we had no choice but to come back and ask for the second-year delay. And there's one more thing that I want to say, and then I'll be ending this up. I'm the last presenter at this point. All of our efforts, this is the total concept of Kaleidoscope. All of our efforts to establish the first high school in Morrisville first began with an idea and a concept. Now we have followed the required processes and have demonstrated real achievements and accomplishments through our 7+ years journey. We are now almost at the point of realizing our dream and mission. And to be clear, we do not wish to have an adversarial relationship with either the Office of Charter Schools, your board, or the State Board of Education. We much prefer and need to have you as part of our team. Your authority and your decisions are vital to our ultimate success to serve families and students in and near Morrisville. There are no other charter schools in Morrisville. Western Wake County would well be served to have Kaleidoscope as a school of choice for students and parents. So in response also to the comments you made earlier in this meeting, in closing, you now have new information regarding Kaleidoscope Charter High School and why the second-year delay is needed. These compelling facts should be enough to enable you to revisit your previous recommendation to the State Board of Education. If you deny us this opportunity to build a school in Morrisville at this time in history, I, as a former mayor, and knowing my community as I do, predict that Morrisville will never know the pride of having its own school, high school specifically. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we welcome any questions you may have. We're here to serve you as well as the students and parents in the Morrisville area.
Thank you.
Alex, this is Cheryl. I have a question. Are you saying that somebody on this board or in the Office of Charter Schools told you to stop doing RTO?
Yes.
Yes,
And who was that?
Mr. Machado.
And Keebler Williams also said to hold off.
Okay. And when we met with Mr. Machado in earlier prior to presenting to you on, I think, May 11th, we shared all of these concerns, and he said that he would support our second-year delay request.
Well, I don't know that he didn't support it. Dave,
I'm saying that was my only encounter with members of the board, but that's what I remember quite vividly from that meeting with him.
Dave, could you please speak to this?
Yes, I'm happy to. I've had several conversations with Ms. Littlejohn, and then I did have a meeting with their board to talk about the different scenarios that they were looking at. Never did I say do not ask for a relocation amendment, or do not or do ask for a relocation amendment, and I think they would all agree to that. I gave them my opinion that I felt like CSAB, and particularly the State Board of Ed, would not be comfortable approving an application or an amendment to move to the North Raleigh Wake Forest area with all the difficulty that we have had trying to get other applications passed, and this was a case of a relocation. So that's what I told them about that particular situation. And then as far as asking for a second-year delay, I told them it was my opinion that that would probably stand a better chance than a relocation amendment. But never did I say that it would pass. I told them that if I would advocate for this second-year delay, meaning that if CSAB were to vote for that second-year delay, that I would be the one that would take it to the State Board of Ed, and at that time, I would advocate for it. I've had this discussion with a board member where they said I let them down because I did not advocate for it at the CSAB level. And I told them that is not my job, and very seldom do I even speak on issues that are before you unless you ask. So I was willing to advocate for it at the state board level if CSAB were to vote for that second-year delay. I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, so in terms of the ready to open status for June, they are not in a position to be ready to open based on their enrolled versus projections. Lack of facility, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But we did have a facility and we did have students enrolled. In fact, our call to action, we gained more students enrolled. We gained additional students enrolled, I think nearly 10%. But at the time we requested the second year delay, or prior to that, we did have students enrolled, we did have the funding, we did have facility.
And in all good conscience, we couldn't not tell our families what had happened. So we didn't want to, waylay them and not getting into another school. So in good conscience, we listened to what the recommendation was about the location amendment, and we had to stop, because of COVID. Our lottery was affected, and we also continue to get, after, the May 11th, interest in our school. So the call for action was a very effective way of, making sure our community knew what was going on.
Were you going to need to have a lottery? Did you have a wait list in any grades?
No, we didn't have a wait list because our COVID results, everything was basically shut down. I couldn't even get an article in the newspaper about our school. All the news media, only through social media and direct, contacting people from our database, and then individually we contacted all those different organizations. So getting something in the, the local news during the COVID crisis was impossible. So.
And another question on that. So you're already on a 1-year delay. So, COVID really hit North Carolina in March. So what was the reason why the enrollment numbers were so low up to that with already having a 1-year delay?
Well, the 1-year delay, we couldn't open up the lottery until we had the facility in hand. So once we had the North Raleigh facility letter of intent, we opened up the lottery right away, and that was the same day that the state closed all the businesses and all the schools. So it was like, a combination of not being able to get the word out on the, the news media, and also not being able to, inform enough people because of parents' fears. Also, North Raleigh was a location that we would tell them that we were going to have transportation for them and be able to, take care of the social distancing and everything. But it was, it was like a pandemic to more than just the businesses and the schools. It was a pandemic within each individual's family's life. It affected them dramatically.
So we first voted to approve this school in, I believe it was February of 2018, February or March of 2018. Right. So that's been 2 years. So 24 months. So 21 of those 24 months has not been during a pandemic. And I think that's the thing that I'm trying to get at is what happened for those 21 months that you would be, so far behind on your enrollment and on the facility and everything else that's going on. I guess my thing is I'm not sure that another 1-year delay is going to get you where you need to be, because I just seen a whole lot of progress over those 21 months pre-COVID-19.
No, we did a lot of outreach. We could not open up our lottery until we had a facility. Everything kind of opened up after the facility was obtained. We couldn't find a facility in Morrisville for a temporary location, and we found something in North Raleigh that was perfect, but it wasn't perfect in the eyes of, the PTA and the, communities that have, they thought too many charter schools. So we were taking the recommendation not to do the location change and the amendment for our charter. And, we had a lot of people who spoke out, and I'm sure you received emails that wanted our school to continue, and they want our school to get the delay so that they can be a part of it next year. I don't think the marketing issue, that's not an issue. The marketing it's the COVID that caused a huge pandemic and caused a lot of fear in people's lives. Between the time of March 13th through, just like last month, you had a lot of people who were very concerned, but they had to start choosing schools, so.
May I say something? This is Margaret Broadwell.
Margaret.
Thank you. Another thing that has delayed this whole process for us is the lack of facilities that we didn't realize would be so difficult in the immediate Morrisville area or in the 5 miles outside of Morrisville. We even looked in Durham County because their borders touch Morrisville, even though we didn't want to even find something in another county because of the difficulty in getting it approved. But we had an exclusive contract with a commercial, Barker Realty in Raleigh. It's a large company, handles everything commercial from leasing to selling and buying and so forth, for a year and a half. In retrospect, we should not have done that, but we could not go to other brokers except through our broker. We had an exclusive signed contract with that company. And while we vetted probably over 40, I think we've provided in our history to you at some point, over 40 different properties, there was only 2 until we found this one in North Raleigh that were viable at all. One was inside our corporate limits of Morrisville, and we could not come to a negotiated affordable rate for leasing. And the other one was in Cary. And oddly enough, they've come back to us within the last week, and their plans have changed and want to know if we're still interested. It would still, even if we could be interested, would be outside of our 5-mile radius of Morrisville. So we haven't pursued it. But we don't need to pursue any more temporary facilities if we are able to get the second-year delay, which I realize you might think sets a precedent, and you might think that it's not where you want to go. But for our particular situation, we can have a high school, a charter high school, a high-quality high school in the corporate limits of Morrisville, which has always been our goal, if we could get that second-year delay. We already have financial commitments, and again, the land has been identified. It's already correctly zoned. As far as I'm concerned, with all I know about Morrisville and all the searching we've done, it's the only property left for a school in Morrisville. We don't need the 35 acres or more that a Wake County Public School needs, but it is big enough tract of land right in the heart of town on all major roads adjoining, I say correctly zoned. If we could just get the approval, we can start with the purchasing of the land and going forward through our financial backers immediately. And it would take that to get the land purchased and the building built in time to open next August. We cannot waste any time. If there's a chance that you're going to lean our way on this issue, which is unique and probably unique to our situation in our particular school, we have to act quickly and we have to get it done. Otherwise, it will never happen in Morrisville. And I'll be silent now. Thank you for your time and attention.
Is there any reason why we can't see you guys? Oh, there. Thank you, Mr. Quigley.
Okay, so as Stephen cited, we would have to have a board member who voted in favor, I guess, for whatever the resolution was previously, to request a change procedurally to ask for their delay, to reconsider the delay. I won't be doing that. My general feeling with the charter authorization and application process is that it's a proxy for your ability to manage through difficult circumstances and all the obstacles of running a charter school. And yes, there was a pandemic, but there will likely be another one sometime in the future, and your capacity to manage through that. This was a unique circumstance, but you are already, this group is already on a 1-year delay to begin with, and at this point, I'm not open to considering another delay. That's where I stand, and I'll unless any other board members want to want to bring that back on the table, we can move forward with a vote on the ready to open status. So I'll just give a moment for only board members to comment.
Mr. Chair, I'll speak as, this is Rita Hare, one who voted in the last month's meeting to grant the one-year delay to Kaleidoscope, seeing that it's our role is to help schools be positioned to be as successful as possible. And I probably don't fully grasp what negative consequences there may be to granting this, if it costs the board or the state or any other participants, if it costs in resources or funding for them to have a one-year delay, or if it's just as you said, they've demonstrated an inability to mitigate through difficulties, so we don't think that it's worth that or worthwhile. So I don't know if anyone who voted not to grant the delay is inclined to change their mind, but I would like to understand what are the negative consequences? I guess setting precedent on a reversal is a negative consequence. Are there others?
I mean, I think that one of the consequences is I just don't believe that the charter school timeline for authorization should be something that's just eminently flexible. And again, as I said, I believe your ability to meet the timeline, to get the school open, to make the hard decisions, to open in a storefront, if that's what it takes in the town, in the area that you're operating in, whatever that is a proxy for your capacity to operate a charter school. And this applicant needed multiple times to get the charter. They've needed multiple years to get this done, and I think that it's just not getting done. And when we see that, when we see situations like this, it raises a whole host of red flags. Not to mention that you also then start, when you're under this type of pressure and you're not able, you start making, I think, compromises that run the risk of putting you in a long-term situation that you then can't extrapolate yourself from, such as a lease that is very expensive, which by looking at and I'm not saying that alone is a reason, but I think those are the types of decisions that you start making when you're desperate, and that becomes a problem. So you now have a $7.1 million project for 22,000 square feet. In schools that get in those types of situations are then suffocated by leases in real estate situations such as this. So I think, to me, it's a matter of you asked for something, a significant investment of state dollars. We gave you a timeline. You asked for an extension. We gave it to you. You still haven't done it, and so the time is up at this point.
And I'll add to that, Mr. Chair. This is Stephen. For 3 years that we considered this application, I believe it was approved on the third go round, if I'm remembering correctly. We were told that there was just such a pent-up demand in Morrisville for the school to open, and I just don't think that that's been bore out in the numbers that we've seen. And I know that even though it wasn't, the education plan wasn't kind of my cup of tea, I voted for it. I supported this school. I think Alan Hawks as well. He supported this school, even though it really wasn't his cup of tea either, because we wanted to have that option out there. But I think it was important. The mayor said, this is 7 years that we've been going on this, and so now here we are 7 years and need to make it 8 years to do this, and I just don't think that it's going to work out. We have these. It's only in a very rare circumstance we're going to give a second year delay, and And so I think we're gonna, I'm, unless they can meet the qualifications to open up, by the time the state board meets, I just don't see how it's gonna happen.
Which
Mr. Chairman, this is Joel Ford. I wanted to ask staff to see if they had any new or additional information that they could provide at this time.
Mr. Ford, this is Dave. The latest information, I believe Claire is on the screen right now. Is that correct, Claire?
Yes, sir. The Kaleidoscope Charter High School RTO progress report, the June progress report, is current, and then what Ms. Littlejohn and Ms. Saunders and Ms. Broadwell have spoken to is also accurate and up to date. Would the team like to hear from the Exceptional Children's Division? I don't know if there have been any additional updates or not.
Do we have any, is there anything that they would need to inform us of?
Ginger
This
or
is
Rob?
Ginger Cash. Yeah, this is Ginger Cash from the Exceptional Children's Division. We have not heard from anybody from Kaleidoscope since submitting our RTO rubric, so we do not have anything additional to add to what's already been provided.
Thank you, Ginger.
All right, so if there's no more discussion, I guess we're being at this point for ready to open status for Kaleidoscope. Is that correct?
Yes, you need to make that vote.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, what's the motion again?
The motion would be to not move Kaleidoscope forward to ready to open status.
But I thought we already did that.
No, we voted not to recommend approval of their request for delay. But they were still, so they remain in ready to open for this year. And it appears that they have kind of put their emphasis on requesting a delay, hence the presentation today, rather than being prepared to open this year. They're saying they can't open this year. So we would, looking at their ready to open status, they're not meeting the requirements based on the data. Okay. I'm understanding that right, OCS, as well as any board members.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is Stephen, I would move that Kaleidoscope Charter High School be recommended to not open to the State Board of Education, and the only stipulation that I would have to that recommendation is if somehow they are able to, by 5 p.m. on July 6th, be ready to open and have met all of the requirements, that then they be allowed to open.
And I'll second Stephen's motion. This is Rita Hare.
Okay, so we'll have a voice vote after when you're ready.
Jeanette Butterworth?
Aye.
Joel Ford?
Aye.
Bruce Friend?
Aye.
Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay?
Aye.
Alex Quigley?
Aye.
Sherry Reeves?
Aye.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon?
Aye.
Stephen Walker?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
All right, moving on to Wilmington School of the Arts in New Hanover County, opening grades K through 2, opening date of August 19th, 2020. Wilmington is appearing before this body today solely on low enrollment. As of June 1st, enrollment was at 35% of their projected year one ADM, and with a break even of 140 students. I believe the head of school, John Westberg, and their board chair, Lily Nelson, are both on the line with us.
Hello. Sorry, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Okay, yes. I'm Nicole. I am calling in to, I guess, touch base on our opening for enrollment. Our enrollment is continuing. I actually just spoke with the girls in the office right now. We're at 90 for enrollment, and they received some applications over the weekend. So I still feel confident that at the fall we will have a minimum of 140. That was my initial projection, or excuse me, 120. That was my initial projection last month. And I still feel confident we're working towards it. We just finished our commercial. It was the very first commercial we were able to do due to the COVID and everything freezing and the access grant being delayed and being cut. That is set to air next week, if I'm not mistaken. We just got our first radio commercial cut, and that begins airing this week as well. So we feel as though those marketing strategies will definitely help boost our enrollment numbers. All prior enrollment had just come from word of mouth and a little bit of Facebook messaging. So we feel as though now that we have a little bit of money to balance into those areas, it'll continue to grow.
May I provide further clarification on their progress report?
Please, go ahead, Claire.
You'll see in the rubric required documentation was at insufficient. That has been updated. They do, in fact, have a certificate of liability insurance, which was sent to us last week. They also have a signed lease, which is in place, and they have a solid contingency plan to move into the former Glow building, which already has an educational CO. That's all I needed to clarify.
This is Cheryl. I think that the motion that Stephen made for the other school, not Kaleidoscope, but Elaine Riddick, would be appropriate. If they're at 90 now and they need to get to 120, and they can get there by July 6th, then they'd be ready.
Is that a motion?
No, I was hoping Stephen was going to make it again.
Cheryl, their break even's 140. So do we want to go with 120 or 140? Did we receive an adjusted budget last time?
I have one quick question. I'm so sorry to interrupt. When you say our break even, what exactly do you mean by that?
So that is the minimum number of students that you must have in order to be able to sufficiently operate your school based on that budget.
We were told our break even originally was 80, so we were technically able to open with 80. We were shooting for the 120 to the 140, which is why when we finally got hands on our access for the marketing expense, and when you guys actually did send the little stimulus bump on to help in the COVID, we were able to channel that directly into real marketing, and that's where my guess and my projection for 140 came from. And yes, ma'am, we do have budgets for 80, 120, 240, and we actually have an updated budget for the 110 just in case it fell between those two projected numbers. And 110 as of right now was a very sweet spot that we found operating in, would have been comfortable.
Yeah, so the 80 is the minimum number that state requires you to open with.
Yes, ma'am.
You said 180?
No, ma'am, just flat.
110, Rita.
Is our minimum requirement, and we have gotten an updated budget of 110 just in case it fell between those two initial budgets. We had a budget of 80, 120, and 240, and we went back and did the numbers again, and we've recently requested and received an updated budget for the projection of 110 just in case it fell between, and those numbers looked really good. Our our staff was really happy with those as far as us being able to operate comfortably. 110 was a perfect pitch. Better than 80, that's for sure.
So here's the issue we're gonna have, is, you're supposed to, according to the Ready to Open requirements, you're supposed to be at 75% of your total enrollment, which, if my math is correct, that would mean you need to be at 180 students.
Yes, sir.
Because it's 240. And, that's basically asking y'all to come up with 90 more students in a month. Is that something you can do?
I believe it is something we can do. Yes, sir. Again, a lot of the charter schools have expressed, the issue with COVID. Our community too was shut down and we were forced in isolation. The bars, the neighborhoods, the restaurants, the daycares, everything was closed. We have successfully gotten to phase 2 of opening. Nothing has been retracted and shut down just yet. The parks, to my knowledge, will be the next thing that is opening. So we have gotten back into our grassroots movement of enrollment. We are going back out there now, planning enrollment activities. We're working with the Residential Housing Authority for some of the project-based housing. We're going to do on-site cookouts, again, to limit the exposure of COVID and making sure people don't have to go out into the community. We're working with them to bring the cookouts to their community. We have 2 of those set up for this month. And again, that's exactly our targeted demographic. But in addition to that, I am currently down in the community every day working with the protesters and working with the issues in our neighborhood. And I actually signed up 2 to 3 students this weekend because they found out about WSA, started coming out and doing engagement and conversation. And I was able to send them to our staffing board so they could get more detailed information rather than just an on the whim conversation. I truly do feel now that our marketing, again, the marketing money was able to be accessed. Our commercials are going to hit. That's going to hit all the people that are still at home watching. Our radio ads are finally being able to hit. So when you're driving to work and you're at home in the gym, or as you're going about your day-to-day, people will be able to hear more about us. Again, as of right now, our previous marketing has only been on Facebook. And as amazing as Facebook is, it's limited within your circle. It's that 1 degree of connection. But I feel though our commercial campaign and our radio campaigns are gonna get our voice to a deeper demographic that we haven't yet been able to get into. We're also actively emailing, like I said, the housing programs, but not just them, the local dance companies that are slowly coming back together. We're trying to set up these pop-up events so we don't have to risk exposure at a larger event or taking them to a park or hosting them on site. We're trying to safely encourage our children to come. In addition to that, we are hosting our first open house carnival in July. It'll be the first time we feel safe enough to have a large group of people at our location, but not all at the same time. We're staggering it. So yes, sir, I truly do feel we could get to 180 by July.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen if we make this motion and you're not at 180 by July 6th, then the state board's going to require you to have a 1-year delay. Do you understand that?
I do. May I ask why 180 is the hard number? Could we negotiate?
Because that's 75% of your total enrollment, and you haven't submitted any kind of request to ask for a lower total enrollment. I mean, if you think that it needs to be lower, we have before adjusted one down during the Ready to Open process. And, that's something that I would be willing to consider.
Okay.
You say you've got that, but I think it would, that would need to be something that I guess we would almost be doing sua sponte, to use a legal term there, that we'd be doing it because I don't think your board's got time to meet and ask us. It'd be something we'd be doing of our own volition. I don't know what the appetite is for that.
Okay. I would definitely be open to discussing a lower enrollment. I don't want to get capped and I don't want to get postponed because we didn't hit the 180 mark, especially in spite of a pandemic. I would truly be open to discussing that. We have everything we need ready. We have our staff hired. We have our functioning budget hired. We have our facility up and ready. I would be open to discussing a lower cap. I don't think we should postpone our opening or delay our students going to school, especially in light of everything that's going on right now. This truly is the only thing a lot of them have going for them. And I feel as though postponing us would be detrimental not only to our school, but to the community, the specific community that we're targeting to bring into. especially in light of the COVID and all the racial issues that are going on in Wilmington, North Carolina, I truly could not be okay with postponing the opening of our school.
All right, so Stephen, if she's saying that their budget, sweet spot in the budget was 110, so why don't we say 110?
My projection was I felt comfortable saying we could get 140. When I spoke with you guys last month, I felt comfortable getting to 140, and I still feel as though 140 is an attainable goal. I am being open and honest and transparent with you. I feel like 180 would be a very hard mark to hit, and I am scared that if we don't get 180, like I said, delaying this school will literally set the community back. And that's because right now there is no arts in Wilmington. New Hanover County and Pender County are actively taking the arts out of education. We are the only one of our option, and we're intentionally targeting the African American and the minority community. So to tell these parents that have already confirmed of their 90 kids that the school won't open, without a shadow of a doubt, not only will our community lose faith in us, but I do not think the school will be able to sustain a year delay.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking then, is if we changed the maximum enrollment to 140,
yes,
then 75% of that would be 105. So they would need to be at 105 by July 6th. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is if we just went ahead and said your maximum enrollment for year one is modified to 140, then
yes,
you'd have to be at least 105 by June 6th, and you know your budget sweet spot's 110, so you really need to get to that point. And if you can operate on that, because my understanding is you're kind of going to be in kind of a temporary location right now.
Yes, sir.
That already has a educational certificate of occupancy. So, I mean, before I make the motion, I'll see if any other board members have any thoughts on that.
Well, I do. This is Joel Ford, and I hear everything that you're saying, but what I'm not hearing from you is a sense of urgency to communicate to your community the need to get your enrollment numbers up, especially in light of what's going on, in addition to you understanding what the need is. If that need and demand is there, these numbers should be very easy for you to be able to get, especially in this environment. Am I making myself clear?
you are, and I would like to speak on that effect if I have a moment, unless there's another board member that would like to speak up.
No, you can go ahead and answer my question.
Okay, so right this second, like you said, there is a desire need. We are the only school of the arts, or the only school emphasizing arts education, but also without sounding too blunt, the state of the world right this second, with everyone with COVID hitting, and it ended school early for a lot of our parents. Their kids were sent home, and that was a plus. They were finally able to learn their kid, they were able to see their kid, and they were able to see the disconnect in the current education status and the curriculum, what worked for their kid and what didn't work. We were working with that, and that was a huge boost in our enrollment, and a lot of parents were reaching out to us because they were learning something was different. There's a huge sense of urgency in getting the awareness out, but due to the Access Grant being delayed and our getting our checks cut, we were not able to properly market ourselves. We didn't have the backing and the funds from the companies to do the preliminary marketing and go out and buy ads and slots and physical stuff. A lot of our marketing was grassroots and word of mouth. So again, I'm very proud with the amount that we were able to capitalize on before the world shut down. And the urgency of this need is still there. Our kindergarten is completely packed out. We've got enough to have 2 kindergarten levels if we need. It's so easy to start your kid in a new school. It's harder to pull your kid out of a first or a second grade already established class and take a gamble on something new. So a lot of our parents were asking us, and we were having virtual open houses to inform them and educate them on what we're doing, because our structure literally is nothing like that exists in Wilmington currently. So we were doing information sessions. Unfortunately, with the world shutting down, it delayed a lot of our ability to get out there. So it was just us talking. We've gone to Facebook Live. We do weekly check-ins. We've realized that the stir has gotten a lot better, and we have seen our numbers grow. But I'm going to wrap this all back around to what's going on in the state of the world. Wilmington right now has been at protest for 8 days. businesses have shut down, people have been out on the streets. So in spite of the COVID pandemic, the African American and the minority communities are out there protesting for their life. So yes, education is a need, and education is a very huge importance. But right this second, for the community members, education in general has been put on a back burner. And I'm saying this because I'm out there with our community members. I'm out there with these mothers and parents. And in being out there, I personally have had the opportunity to meet parents with their kids, to talk to parents and their kids about what they need in their educational classes. And I've been able to send some parents to WSA to get further answers, questions. And we've enrolled through these week-long protests. But for you to insinuate that arts education is on the back burner right now, you're right. Everything is on the back burner because Wilmington is trying to make sure that Wilmington doesn't burn down. We have a hugely long story with racial injustices here in our county, in our town, where we're trying to build a school, in the neighborhood with the kids that we're trying to build a school for. So right this second, unfortunately, a lot of people are focusing on just living while Black in Wilmington, but there are people still asking questions and trying to get informed. So this is a priority for their kids, and I'm having those conversations with those parents, and I'm very fortunate to be a part of the movement because I am able to talk to these community members, and I am able to raise awareness of another option. Because before the Access Grant got cut, we didn't have excess money, so our marketing was delayed. But I truly believe now that the commercials are cut and the things are going to be airing, there's going to be a huge urgency, in addition to all of the programming that we've planned in the houses in the month of June. All of the communities were shut down. We couldn't do cookouts. We couldn't get to them because everything was shut down. Things are just now open, so we've got balls to the wall. We have events planned. We're getting back out there, and we're going to continue talking about the communities because it is important, and they are worried about this.
Okay, so let me say this to you. Let me just finish this up. And so I hear you, and I hear your passion. I just want to make sure that you see opportunity in the midst of what's going on in Wilmington and in our country, that you see opportunity in the midst of this pandemic, because based upon what you have said that you could do in your mission, you should be a guiding and shining light in your community. And if your radio spots and your television ads are able to effectively communicate that, your numbers for enrollment, you should far exceed those numbers and be able to do what you say you can do for your community. And let me be real clear, I'm rooting for you. I just want to make sure that you're being focused on what your mission is while keeping your pulse on your community, but understanding what your mission is to be able to help your community as well. And thank you.
No, thank you. And I do understand, and I really do appreciate your vote of support. And I do understand the brevity because I am out there every single day. I wake up at 7 o'clock, I go down there at 8 o'clock, and I sit at the tents in the voter registration and the information booth. I have a bucket of WSA information packets with me with toys and snack packs for the children that the parents do bring with them. So I genuinely understand and am advocating 100%, and I know that I am a beacon of light, not only for my community, but for this school, and I'm going to continue advocating it for it, because again, at the end of the day, the lives of the community members, I hate to say this, you matter so much more to me than the school, but they do go juxtaposed, they do go together, and I continue advocating for the school through my presence there, daily, talking and raising awareness and demanding education for the arts. And I'm inviting people to come and talk to our organizations, to come and talk to our adults, to come and talk to our youth, from the education system, from the art system. They need to be educated on why arts and education is so important. So I'm setting up week programs during the day so these protests have a momentum and they're actually being a useful protest. I'm bringing people in to come and educate people why arts matter, why education matters, why they need better options. And hand in hand, I am touting and talking about WSA without a shadow of a doubt. And I truly believe through all of this, our numbers could blow up as well. But I'm also being realistic with them fighting for racial injustices. And two of the family members in the communities that are here, there is actual cover-up and tension between them and the New Hanover County Sheriff's Department. I have to be honest and transparent with you. Part of my fear is their focus is going to be on that and getting the justice for that, which it should be. And in that, it could possibly delay our numbers in July, which is why I'm telling you, I feel comfortable getting to like 140 in July. Do I think by August we could have the full 200? Yes, 100%. But I'm being honest with you. I'm expecting the best, but preparing for the worst.
Okay, so let's talk about that real quick. So we just need to get, appreciate your passion and your focus. I just want to get really laser focused right now on what the enrollment number that we're going to hold you accountable to. It seems like you're, our concern right now is that anyone below 75% of their threshold is just not in a position to open, given the historical data that we have, and obviously this is a unique circumstance, which actually exacerbates it and makes us more concerned. So I think you said that you're willing to adjust your enrollment number to, I think we were saying 110. Is that correct?
I couldn't hear that.
I think, Alex.
I mean, also if someone's, cleaning out their kitchen or whatever, just make sure you put it on mute. If we adjust down to 110 or, because right now are we 35% to one? No. So we have readjusted is 140. Is that correct? But we're 35% to 240. Is that right, Claire?
Yes, 35% is on the 240, Alex, and Stephen was suggesting taking it down to 140 so that the 75% would be the 105. She thinks that they can make 110. I'm ready to make that motion if you're ready.
I will say one more thing before we do it is just for everybody to remember and for them to remember, if we change this number to 140 and they enroll 160, they're getting paid for 140.
Correct.
That's the point, Stephen.
I think that it's unrealistic. I mean, I think if historically schools have opened at 70 to 75% of what their first day target, it's hard for me to imagine them being much above 140. There's so much uncertainty right now.
So if we adjust their numbers, this is Rita Hare, does this mean that we have a revision to their charter?
No, it's just, we're just revising their first year projections. And I just want to hear from the school, are we good on that? We can move forward.
Yes, sir. I would love if you guys would consider revising our enrollment cap to 140 for our first year projections. I would 100% for that.
Okay, so it sounds like they're in favor of it. We're in favor of it. That puts them in a much better position at 85 right now, and we can feel comfortable. And I think the state board will feel more comfortable with that you just, really need to be in that 140 range and not in the 80 range, because if you're in the 80 range, if you only have 80 applicants going into August, you're probably going to be well below the statutory minimum. Okay, great. So, Sherry, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, let me get one clarifying question. Alex, are we saying that we want them to have this number by July 6th like we have for the other school, or just by their opening date?
I think with the other school, they were trying to get, if I remember correctly, they were so far below, they were just trying to get to a minimum.
And we didn't change their enrollment number either.
Right.
Okay.
I still think they have to be, by the July 6th, because if that doesn't happen, how's the state board going to know to give them the thumbs up or not?
That's correct, Stephen.
They need to be at that.
That's correct, Stephen.
140 by July 6th.
Perfect. Okay, I can add that to the motion. And just to answer Rita's question, Rita, when a school puts in an application for a charter, they project their enrollment for a year, and that's what their funding is based on. So the reason it's very critical that we change this number now is so a school is not overfunded on that first drawdown. So that's why it's important that we change this number.
Right, so will they be submitting a revised budget as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna put that in my amendment.
Very good.
Or in my motion. Okay,
Got
so
it.
to the motion, I move that Wilmington School of Arts be moved to the ready to open process with the following stipulations. The first year ADM is adjusted to 140, and they provide us with an adjusted budget by July 6th.
And this is Hilda, I second. Hilda Perlay.
Okay, so it's been properly moved and seconded. So just for clarification, if they don't get to 140 by July 6th, so that's in a month, State Board will not approve them to open, is that correct?
They do have to get 105.
So we have to have 105 by July 6th for us to be able to open.
Correct.
Right, because that's 75%.
Yep.
Perfect. Just making sure. One of the calls went out and I just couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect.
And this is Jeanette. Will there be a delay after that if they don't? Would that be the next step?
Yeah, they would, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Quigley, this is David. Can I, and Sherry, can we have clarification on that motion? So you're saying that their first year ADM is being reduced to 140. They must reach 75% of that by the July 6th date. Is that correct?
That is correct, Dave. So their ADM is adjusted to 140 max, and then based on our policy, 75% by July 6th.
Okay, thank you.
And just so we're clear, was the motion, would it also, if they didn't reach that, they would just be put on a 1-year delay?
Yes, let's go ahead and add that. Hilda, if you're okay with them to add that stipulation.
I am okay with that.
Great. Okay, so I feel like we're there. Let's
Thank you guys for all of this. I love the conversation and the collaboration. I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and vote. Ashley, could you do a roll call?
Yes. Jeanette Butterworth? Aye. Joel Ford? Joel Ford? Bruce Friend? Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay?
Aye.
Alex Quigley?
Aye.
Sherry Reeves?
Aye.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon?
Aye.
Stephen Walker?
Aye.
It passes.
Do we need to vote on all the other schools then that we didn't talk to? Because that was the last one we had to talk to, right?
Yes, so now you need to vote on the 6 remaining schools.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I can make a motion on those. All right. I move that we recommend to the State Board of Education that they approve as ready to open Achievement Charter Academy, Clement Community School, Cardinal Charter Academy at Wendell Falls, Ina Charter School of Lee County, Movement School Eastland, and Revolution Academy.
Second, Heather.
That's awesome.
Stephen, I just have a quick question. We have some folks that have to recuse on a single school. Do we need to do it as a group motion?
Okay, who needs to recuse?
I have to recuse on Movement Eastland.
Okay, well then I remove Movement Eastland from my motion. So I withdraw my motion, make the same motion except for Movement School Eastland.
Second, Heather.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Jeanette Butterworth? Aye. Joel Ford? Bruce Friend? Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay?
Aye.
Alex Quigley? Sherry Reeves?
Aye.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon?
Aye.
Stephen Walker?
Aye. All right, Mr. Chair, I move that Movement School Eastland be given approval is ready to open.
I'll second. This is Jeanette Butterworth.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Okay, Jeanette Butterworth,
Aye.
Joel Ford, Bruce Friend, Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Hughes.
Oh, thank you. Heather Duncannon
Aye.
and Stephen Walker.
Aye.
Passes. Okay. Next item up for discussion are low enrollment school updates. So these schools have been asked to give you an update. You had previously asked that they update you at this time for enrollment projections for the upcoming school year because they had been very close to not meeting the 80 enrollment threshold the previous year. So you will hear today from Blue Green Academy. They will also make an amendment request to add a grade level a year earlier than expected. Monroe Charter Academy, Three Rivers Academy, and Tillery Charter Academy. So Blue Green, do we have representatives here available?
Yes.
Okay. So they have provided an update. Let me pull that up. Here we go. Can you guys see their enrollment update?
Yep.
Yes.
That's much better.
Okay. Is that Daybreak on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Ms. Break, if you want to give an update to the board.
Yes, thank you so much. I am Daybreak, Principal and Director of Blue Green Academy, joined here with Ms. Dina Artis DeShazer, also our principal of the school. I wanted to let you know that we are currently expecting or projecting 80 students for the 2020-21 school year. We currently have 43 students enrolled for next year in grades 5 through 7. We also submitted a request in order to add the 8th grade for this year. Originally, we wanted to have 8th grade in year 3, but we feel that adding 8th grade this year will allow us to reach our projection much better of the 80 students for this year. We did not have a lottery for this year. We don't have a waiting list. We did submit the enrollment chart. And so you'll notice on the enrollment chart, we have 20 spaces available for 5th grade, and 4 of those have turned into enrollment. When it comes to 6th grade, we have 30 openings, and 24 of those spaces are filled for enrollment. And then for 7th grade, 30 openings with 18 of those spots filled. 99% of our scholars will be returning next year. We only have 1 scholar leaving this year, so everyone will be returning for the most part. And we feel that with that addition of 8th grade, that will allow us to add about 15 additional 8th graders. And we haven't received interest in adding the 8th grade. We've had several parents reach out to us for that grade. If going on to the staffing information on the update, we are currently fully staffed. I'm sorry, we are going to need to hire a few extra positions for next year. We do have, with the numbers, we will need an additional math and science teacher as well as another ELA teacher. We also will need another EC teacher. We have 4 staff members as of this year, and all will be returning except for 1. Other than that, the additional staff that we will need to hire would include the front desk attendant, as well as a TA, which we've received Title I funding for. We have added 3 additional board members just last month, actually, so that would help us to increase our enrollment numbers. We do understand that the board support is what's going to really help us to bring those numbers in. And so with everything that took place prior to COVID-19, we had a marketing plan set, and we were able to revise that plan, which we did send over to you so that you could see some of the changes that we've made, in addition to really reaching out to families in a virtual environment. So we've done a virtual enrollment fair, which resulted in about 5 additional applications, and we are currently working to transition all applications over to enrollment. So as of today, we have 13 applications that we're waiting for the enrollment packet for, which means we only really need about 24 new applications to sign up for next year. I have attached the budget for next year with the projection of 80 students, which puts us at a surplus of about $37,000. And that's, again, considering the fact of hiring our new staff. And at this time, we have not performed an audit because we are not up for that just yet. Just to kind of piggyback on to elaborate on some of the marketing that we've put in place, we've done a lot of social media as of today, really working with Facebook and Instagram. We just recently started a YouTube page, and we've noticed a lot of increase in activity there. We also have our parents making phone calls, but some of our parents requested that they start their phone calls after the school year ends. And so our school year ended on June the 5th, and so parents will start to make those calls this week and next week. We also have yard signs that have been ordered, and we are waiting for those to arrive. Like I said, we did the virtual enrollment fair. We have mailers going out. We were going to do a transition program where we partner with some of the elementary schools, and we kind of put that on the back burner with everything that came up with COVID-19, but that is something that we plan to revisit after our conversation today. We also have a newspaper article coming out on Wednesday. We had our 5th grade graduation, and the newspaper was there, and they will publish that article on Wednesday. And that concludes our school update.
Jay, this is Sherry. Did you guys receive access funding last year?
We did not receive access funding last year, but we did see that we were on the list to receive it for next school year.
Okay, thank you.
This is Jeanette Butterworth. Yeah,
Okay.
I've got one. With the students, you may have said this and I missed it, but the students going from 7th to 8th grade, how many students do you expect that will make that transition to the new 8th grade if it's approved?
We currently only have 5th and 6th graders in the school, and so those 6th graders will go up to 7th, but as far as new enrollments for next year for 8th grade, we have received interest from 4 different people. Honestly, I believe that we will probably cap that 8th grade between 10 and 15 students.
Thank you.
Ms. Brake, this is Rita Hare, board member. Are you currently running the radio ads that you tasked your board members with setting up?
We were not able to get the radio ads in place just yet, but that is something that we are still working on. Doing more so radio interviews as opposed to the ads because of the funding.
Thank you.
Hey, any further questions for Blue Green?
Alex, I just have comments for the board members. I'm really worried about the school. Currently, they're 5, 6, going up to 7th grade next year. They want to add another grade, but then she just said there's only 4 or 5 applications for that grade potentially. They are well below the state minimum of 80. I can remember when this school came before us as an application. I was very excited for them. I know their leaders are very impassioned, but I'm just worried about this low enrollment.
You know, it's really a concern for us also. I think at the beginning of the year, last year or last August, we had over 200 applications. And with the mishap with the building and not opening on time and just the negativity that people associated with that really did hurt us. But we were able to have a successful year. We've had a lot of successes this year, including being able to graduate our first 5th grade class. But now it's about recreating our vision and recreating who people believe us to be and trusting in us despite the things that happened in the past. And so I can honestly say that the marketing plan that we had in place for January, February, March, we had to go back and completely revamp it. And so in April and May, that's kind of us really just doing the social media marketing and making phone calls. And now that we're here in June and the city's opening back up, we can actually get out, go face to face, and have more personal interaction. We did do some door knocking during the quarantine, and that was very successful. We got about 10 applications during that. And now we're really just working to transform those applications into enrollment. Like I said, we have about 13 applications that we're waiting to just get the enrollment paperwork for. And they have a deadline of the 15th to get those turned in.
What is the amendment request? I saw on the agenda that there'd be an amendment request.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. They are requesting to add 8th grade a year earlier than planned in the original charter.
Okay, so we're going to consider to up the number of grades, and then but I mean they're still, I mean they're shooting for 80, right?
Right.
I mean, I think at this point, if they want to continue, I mean, I have a lot of concerns too. I just think if they want to continue driving and try to get this done and kind of get into that place where they eventually become solvent and they're not ever trying to like battle this, if they can reach the basic threshold, I'm comfortable with them trying to push forward. I just, you know, I think you guys got to know that if we don't get there after this year, like, or if you're honestly, if you're over the course of the year kind of at about hovering at 80, I think it's gonna be hard for us to continue to not recommend the school for non-renewal or closure at the end of the year. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know what other people are thinking.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chair, I will move that we approve their amendment request.
I will second. This is Hilda.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote.
Jeanette Butterworth? Aye. Joel Ford? Bruce Friend? Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parley?
Aye.
Alex Quigley?
Aye.
Sherry Reeves?
Aye.
Carol Turner?
Excused.
Oh, thank you. Heather Von Cannon?
Aye.
And Stephen Walker?
Aye.
Thank you. It passed.
All right. What's next?
Okay, are you guys done with questions for Ms. Brake?
Yes.
Okay. Our next school will be
Thank you.
Three Rivers. I did not receive an update from them, so I do not have that to post. Is there someone representing Three Rivers available at this moment? Dr. Simmons, Virginia, are you available? Mr. McQueen?
Oh, yes. Don McQueen here.
Okay, Don, would you like to give us an update on enrollment for Three Rivers?
I would. Thank you. Good morning, all. Good afternoon by now. Three Rivers Academy, we're expecting the majority of our student package that we have about a handful of eighth graders that will be graduating. We'll be having our graduation ceremony in the next few days here, middle of next week, to attract more awareness and students and the like. We had reached our enrollment target last year. In fact, we never failed to reach an enrollment target. So we had a little drop off, as is typical with charter schools sometimes, and then we're planning to build that back up. We also have the roadside signs that we put out on the side of the road just recently, last week. So we're expecting some response for that. Our ad campaign, our marketing campaign includes radio, television, and newspaper. And all those things are being put in place right now as we speak and are in motion. So we expect to hit the minimum of 80 and beyond by the time school opens back up. We think folks are excited about the new facility, of course, being back in Windsor, and when that is finally finalized, we'll be able to really market that. We've already alerted all of the other parents that the school is moving based on everything we have right now. The certificate of occupancy for education still is not done, but it should be in place in the next few days. And it seems like we've been saying this last month, but it really is within the next few days we'll have the certificate of occupancy. So all of those things are in place. We think we're going to easily meet our enrollment target.
Mr. McQueen, do you have your certificate of occupancy for your Windsor location?
No, we do not. We've been talking with the inspector. We're just a little bit off of just about two more things we got to do. We're waiting on the sprinkler folks to finish making some modifications to the sprinkler system so we can get that done. And they submitted the engineer drawings last week, which were, I'm pretty sure they were approved by the inspectors, and that allowed them to get started this week or early next week.
What is your projected ADM for this year?
I'm sorry, again?
Your projected ADM for 2021?
We're still projecting a modest number of about 80 to 90 students.
That's what you expect your drawdown to be based on, 80 or 90?
Yes, thereabouts. Of course, we're trying for more, but based on what we have right there, we think that's a reasonable number that we can meet, and it really exceed.
What number are you putting in CSADM?
That is a good question. I'd have to look that up to find out what that was. I think we put a much larger number in previously, but that number's been since modified, so I don't think more than 20 students.
Okay, you know it's due by Friday.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the reminder.
what are we voting on anything for them right now?
You do not need to vote on anything. You just needed to hear an update.
Okay.
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave. I just want to give the board an update on the discussion at the state board meeting last week. They did, it was a discussion item for Three Rivers to relocate. Got the indication that they will vote in favor of that at their July meeting, but they want to keep the growth stipulation on for the following school year, so that your amendment said to take the growth stipulation completely out. They seemed very uncomfortable with that, and they were going to add it on to the next academic year. So just wanted to give you an update on that.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, let's keep moving.
Yep, the next school up is Monroe Charter Academy. Do we have a representative for that school?
Hi, this is Dr. Kamala Ford, the principal. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right, so should be on. Yes.
Can you?
Yes, our current projected enrollment based on actual enrollments that we have as of today is 127. We did conduct a lottery this school year, and the information is on the updated spreadsheet that you have. Currently, we have 37 students in kindergarten, 37 in first grade, 20 in second, 19 in third, and 14 in fourth. One of the things that we're very excited about is that we did not have a big turnover in students for this upcoming school year. Out of the 82 students that we currently have, 78 of them will be returning. The other ones that are not coming back, it has nothing to do with us. One is going to another charter school just due to all the family go to that same charter school, so it makes it easier on the grandparents. And the other 3 students are all siblings, and their dad wants them to go to a private school. So that's the only reason that we are losing those 4 students. Currently, we do not have a waiting list for any of our grade levels at this time. As far as our staffing, I'm fully staffed. There is not a turnover in staff for the upcoming school year. I have actually hired 3 additional staffing members for the upcoming school year: a kindergarten teacher, a 4th grade teacher, and an art teacher. There hasn't been any board changes for the upcoming year at all. And also with the document, you will be able to see our budget that has been laid out over the span on if we have enrollment of 108 students to 124 students.
Dr. Ford, if you don't mind me adding, if you look at the budget that we have submitted, you'll know that they do not include the access funds that Monroe was requested to receive those funds. And additionally, we've left out, I believe, IDEA, Title I and Title II funding out of that budget as well. So those will be additional funds if needed, so that we could be prepared for any possible cuts that we might see in education funding for this upcoming school year.
Okay. Any questions for this group? Okay. We don't have the vote here, right? We're just hearing an update, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you for the update at this time. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our final school is Tillery Charter Academy. Is there a representative available to give an update?
I am here. It's Teresa Harrison, the principal. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Hi, Teresa.
Okay. Hey, so we are at 99 students enrolled for the next school year. We did not have to conduct a lottery for our school this year. You can see on the enrollment form what our numbers are. 59 out of our 61 students are returning, so that's about 96, 97% of the students that are coming back. Of the ones that are not returning, they are all moving, so it's nothing to do with finding another school or looking around in the county. They're just moving, so they will not be joining us again this next year. Our school will remain fully staffed. We did hire a new teacher because one of our community art teachers is leaving. Her husband is going to seminary in another state, and we currently have a contract out for our EC director who we voted on last week to hire. So our EC director is leaving, but we've got a contract out for a new EC director / teacher. So nothing substantial there. We'll have our school fully staffed. All of the other employees are coming back. We have had a board member change this year. Rhonda Dillingham has served her full term and she has put in her resignation. So the board is working to find a new board member for us to have on our staff or on our board for the school year as we start again. As far as getting our students, like I said, we're at 99, so we're still doing all that we can do on Facebook, Instagram, get as soon as we're able to reach out to parents. The PTO is helping, our parent recruitment committee is helping, so we'll just keep doing all that as best we can as we start to open things up and get back into the swing of things this summer. So the budget is attached if you have questions on that. I know Chrissy Fisher had live with us, our board chair, and so is Anthony Rodriguez from Goodall. So.
I can speak briefly to the budget. Our budget is based off of 100 students coming in this year. As Ms. Harrison stated, we have 99 currently enrolled as of today, I believe, updated. Additionally, we're with our budget of 100 students, we did not include the access funding that we were granted last year. So we currently are not aware of the status of the access grant money for this coming year. But we have not included that in our budget, but we do know that there are a large amount of funds in there as well. Otherwise, we're looking at a healthy surplus for next year based on the 100 students projected, and and we did not include Title I, Title II, or IDEA funding in our budget for next year either, so that adds an additional cushion as well.
All right, great. Any other updates or questions? All right, hearing none, we'll move forward.
Thank you.
Alex, I just have one question.
Okay.
Excuse me, Ashley.
Sorry.
With regarding these low enrollment schools, at what point do we continue getting summaries or stop getting summaries?
That is totally up to the board. We will continue to get financial non-compliance letters if that applies to any of the schools based on low ADM. I believe last year that applied to these schools. So if that continues or if that changes and they are removed from those statuses, we can update you with that. That information comes from FBS.
Personally, I would like to know their enrollments when school begins again, and anyone below 80, I think we need to keep a really close watch on.
Okay, we can definitely, I can definitely reach out to those schools when school starts back up in August and get updates on everything for you.
All right, great. Thank you. What else we got? Anything?
Okay. The next item up for your review is your normal monthly North Carolina Cyber Academy update. I believe I see Mr. Martez Hill was on the line, and some of the NCCA board members, so they can give you an update.
Good afternoon. I would like to recognize President Jill Hammergren to provide an update, and after she provides an update, Mr. James Mullins, our Chief Operations Officer. Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. This is Jill Hammergren, and I just wanted to say a greeting to everyone on the board. We are excited to say that our classes ended on Friday, and we had a very successful school year. We are getting ready for our summer school for elementary, middle, and high school. And we also have a high school credit recovery program starting so that we can make sure that some of our students that were missing a credit could still graduate officially with their class this year. So that all starts in the next couple of weeks. And then this summer, our high school teachers and our leaders and our department chairs are going to begin a deep dive into our school. We have a big turnaround and improvement project that we want to implement. And so that's going to be the focus of their work this summer on that. And we're also implementing an all staff and school-wide professional job development initiative this summer. And then we will continue with that through our next school year. So those are some of our high points right now, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have, or otherwise I'll turn it over to Mr. Mullins.
Okay, so hey, it's James Mullins, and as we're preparing to close out a 1920 school year, we're also working very hard to look at our enrollment for the 2021 school year, and just kind of give the Charter School Board an update. We have 1,820 students that have indicated they will be returning to Carolina Cyber Academy for the upcoming school year. And we had about 600 students to complete a lottery application, and 310 of those students have completed all the enrollment paperwork for the upcoming school year. So that would put us at 2,130 students. And so I know that's not at our 2592, but we have 884 students on a wait list. Our enrollment team is pulling 100 to 125 students each week from the wait list to the active enrollment list. And if we used up about 460 of those on the wait list, that would put us at cap with just over 400 students still on the wait list. So, and we still have several weeks in June, all of July, and the first part of August to add to our wait list. So, at this time we're about 350 students short of the cap, but we've got 884 students we can pull from our wait list to student wait list to meet our cap. So I just want to give you an update on potential enrollment for 2021. See if there's any questions.
We're open to questions, Mr. Chair, if you or board members have any.
I think you have the luxury of being at the very end of a long Zoom WebEx meeting. Mr. Hill, I think people are pretty exhausted by this point. Anything specific, board members, that we want to talk to Cyber about today? I appreciate the detail in the written report. That's really helpful. anything at all? All right.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martez, and
Thank you.
and soon, I'm sure.
Bye-bye.
Alex,
Yes.
I have a question I probably should have already asked already. Going back to the low enrollment schools, I have a process question. For schools that were in the low enrollment group that don't get to 80, at what point do we assess that, or do we let them open and see if they're at 80 and then we're back at where we had last year? We don't want to close you because you're already open. Hello?
That's a good question.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'm kind of in this mode of assuming that they're going to hit, surpass that threshold. Or else they will. I don't know. I'm kind of like, if they don't do it again, we would initiate revocation.
Are we let them stay open another year?
I mean, I feel like that's probably going to happen unless we move to close them now. Right?
Okay.
I don't know. What are your thoughts? I don't know if I would continue if I was in these, but
Here's my thought, Alex, with regard to Blue Green. So we approved an amendment request, and so this is going to go before the State Board of Education. But with this amendment request, they are well below the minimum state requirement. So I don't even know if the State Board will entertain approving that request.
they might.
I have real concerns about that school. I just, they're banking on the additional 40 students that will get them over the minimum of 80 in these two grades that they want to add. That's 7th and 8th grade. And I just have a lot of hesitation there. That's why I was asking my question earlier. Also, with Three Rivers, they're moving. They don't have the facilities CEO yet. They can't give us a concrete number on the projected ADM. I have real concerns. And I have real concerns about the state continuing to fund schools that are on life support. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, agreed. I don't know. Yeah, I think Blue Green's in a unique situation because they're trying to go before with the amendment. I don't know. I mean, we sent them on. What do we want? What do we want? Are you suggesting that we bring them back? Looks like they have to go all
Blue Green, we wait and see if the state board approves that amendment. But just as with the others, the schools that are opening, if they are not meeting the 75% threshold, I mean, I think we've got to hold these schools. I'm happy that Monroe and Tillery have made improvements and that they're at least at 100 students for the upcoming year. Yeah, I think we're rolling the dice on the other two.
I can't really speak to Blue Green, but I feel that way about Three Rivers. They don't even know what they've got in CSADM, but that ran into a problem last time that the number was in there. The number that was in was so much higher that then that affected the finances. I really think I really think we need to put some stipulations on it.
I agree, and Three Rivers didn't even have a written update for us to at least take a look at, before the meeting today. That would have really helped us to digest
All right,
what
well,
progress or lack thereof they have made.
did everybody go eat a snack or something and wake back up? What happened? What happened?
But
Where were we 10, 20 minutes ago?
What school? There was a school that wore me out. I did go into comatose mode there for a minute.
Chairman, quickly, this is Dave. Three Rivers CSADM is about 300, 350 based on their assumption application. And last year, we obviously readjusted that down to more realistic so they wouldn't get more money than they would get funded for. And we will do that again once we get a better idea what their enrollment's going to be, which we do to all our schools once we get a CO. If their enrollment said it was going to be 200 and it looks like it's going to be 100, then we make sure that the first allotment reflects the lower amount so they're not getting all their money up front. And I think that's the only reason those low enrollment schools were able to stay open, because we did do that. At the last state board meeting, I was asked, had we ever closed a school that was under the 80 threshold, and I told them yes. And they asked me if we'd ever let any open, and I said yes. So I do believe that this is going to come up. Blue-green situation is going to come up when I present that amendment request to state board. They're going to be very concerned about that low enrollment, and we're just going to have a good answer for them. But I really think, in my opinion, we really need to take a good hard look at putting some stipulations on not only low enrollment schools, but some strong stipulations on these schools in RTO that are going to be really close to make that threshold. Just wanted to add that.
I mean, when is the state board meeting?
The state board meeting is July 8th and 9th. And you guys are planning to meet July 13th, so we could request like an update. I could ask them to send me an update like they did for this meeting with their enrollment charts. Maybe
well, I kind of think we need to, there's no reason, we could have a meeting on Monday the 29th just for these low enrollment and all these RTO schools that are, basically, I was about to use a phrase that was used in one of the earlier RTO presentations. Maybe you all can remember what was said. I'm going to try not to use that.
I remember.
But all those schools that are up against the wall, that we kind of gave that criteria so we could, that would give them, we could have that meeting on that Monday. We could have the meeting, we could have it on, Friday, that's July 4th weekend. Wednesday the 1st, Tuesday the 3rd. That's just an idea of saying, look, we kind of gave the state board a bunch of these recommendations with stipulations. We could actually talk to all these people again and get the real live update on where they stand before we make a final motion to the state board. I know that they need stuff before, but I don't think it would be that big of a deal to just give it to them, 3 days before their meeting, 5 weeks before their meeting.
I think they would appreciate the fact that we are doing due diligence on those schools before they have to make a decision, Alex. So I think we should meet again that week prior.
And let's be real, it's June 8th. If you're a school that's about to open or one of these enrollment and a lot is about to break open, right? You're going to be able to tell parents what you're doing in the fall because we're going to get some guidance from the EPI, things are open. The next 3 weeks are really, really important for a school that is not kind of already enrolled most of their students. You know what I'm saying? It is critical. and telling them, hey, you're going to present again, maybe that would light another fire. It's not like, oh, you got to pass the state board. It's kind of their do or die 3 weeks. 4 weeks almost.
And so if we met again, would we have some criteria as to what, if this, then that, in terms of what we would recommend?
I think that we would just be saying, we made a recommendation, for to send you to state board pending your final status. Claire is saying there's an enrollment and facility report due July 6th. Okay, make that due June 30th, potentially. There's not going to be a lot of recruitment over the 4th of July weekend anyways. And say, before we put you on do your final report to the state board, because Dave and I and Stephen are going to have to go up there and argue on their behalf. We want to talk to you one more time. And the board wants to hear from you one more time. And that's what I'm thinking. So basically, so that's low enrollment. So that's Blue Green and their amendment. That's Wilmington, Elaine Riddick, which basically begged us for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Ashley just asked, would we need to revise the prior motions? I don't think the motions could stand. We can retract the motion in the next meeting. This is how I'm thinking about it. We're just saying, we're gonna have another meeting, you have to come to it. And submit your data. I don't think we need a motion to do that. I defer to Stephen.
I think that's a good idea, Alex. And make sure that they get all the information submitted. We could say July 3rd, the Friday, July 3rd, and then if you guys would meet either on the 6th or the 7th.
Yeah, we could meet.
And it won't be a very long meeting.
No, we can meet the day before. I really don't think, I have no problem saying to the state board, before we made the motion to send these folks to you, and we gave them a hard deadline of, they begged for 4 more weeks. We gave it to them with Blue Green. We looked at their marketing plan. They said they were going to be at 80 students by June 30th, which is what it says is their goal. We wanted to, before we sent them to you, we wanted to have one more check. I mean, I don't think they're not going to be like, oh, I needed the documents beforehand. I wouldn't imagine.
I don't think we need any motion. I think you can call a special meeting with sufficient notice for whatever time it's agreed on.
Yeah, so let's plan to have a special meeting on Tuesday, July 7th. If the board is amenable to that, we could do a meeting on Tuesday, July 7th, and time to be determined, and let the schools know as early as this week. Just say we're doing a final check-in on where they stand against promises they made to us.
I agree. I think that's a good move, and we gave them the date of July 6th, so that doesn't change anything that they were told. And then it also brings that point of accountability to us before anything goes to state board.
Yeah, we're kind of owning that.
That's good.
Good.
Can I confirm which schools you want to come to the January 7th? You want the 3 RTO schools, or I guess the 2 RTO schools, or all 3?
I really don't think we even need anybody here. We just need to talk about the numbers. Because at that point, the meeting's the next day.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean, and mean, I would say they should be on, they're welcome to attend the meeting, should be on standby for questions in case we do want. But I mean, the motions were basically like, you're gonna satisfy the requirements or you're not going to the state board. Or you're not gonna, or the state board's not gonna approve you, so we could change that to we're not.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we need to add in addition to that, Alex, is including Blue Green and Three Rivers and getting their hard numbers at that point.
Because they both have something before the state board.
Right.
And we don't
They both
want
have
to
amendments.
be sending stuff to them, to the state board that, we don't feel 100% about. Okay. So I don't think we need I think we'll just call a special meeting. We don't need to vote on that. We'll notice, let the schools know, we'll properly notice it. It'll be remotely. Why don't we just say 9 a.m. and go from there.
All right. Okay, the last item is, Dave, it's your update if you have anything to.
Yeah, it's pretty long. It's going to take about an hour. Is that okay, Mr. Cooley? Just a quick update on something that the state board, they did vote on. They did vote on North Carolina Virtual Academy's request to maintain their enrollment at the 2945 level that you recommended. But they also put a stipulation on that any further growth, or to be able to maintain that school is going to have to meet or exceed growth, which I thought was a pretty strong stipulation, but, and that did pass unanimously. Wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. And the State Board of Ed also sent back to all PSUs, including charter schools, that IT survey. Our schools are supposed to respond to what their IT needs were, so there could be some funding if they didn't have adequate enough devices for remote learning. And I kind of want to just give a shout out to Linda Lynn and the coalition for really working behind the scenes to get that done, and that was very helpful. And a quick update, Wednesday we have our New Leaders Institute. That's for the schools that will be opening up in August. It'll be our first one we're doing virtually, and then our first application training will also be done virtually on Wednesday. Other than that, we really appreciate all your hard work and got a lot of confidence. Thank you. Yes.
Dave, you said they're re-releasing the IT survey. Has that been, I didn't get that. Has that been done already?
Yes, it went to every single school, and we sent it out also.
That was a while ago, though. You said re-release.
We did. Did you fill it out the first time?
Yes.
All right, then you would have gotten that from the digital learning department saying, and it probably went to your IT director, and it would have said, this is what you said, do you want to update any of your information? Our office sent out the information to any school that did not respond, and digital learning sent something out to any school that responded and asking them, do they need to change the information they gave. So do you have an IT director?
No.
Yeah, Cheryl, I'll find out who they send it to for Sugar Creek, and I'll get back to you this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
The original survey, it just wasn't clear that, like, if you didn't fill this out, you might not get funding. And so everyone does need to make sure they fill it out, because they were proposing tying the funding to whether or not you completed the survey. So yeah, and you should have got I'll forward you what I got. I'll send it to you too, Sherry.
And that's it.
All right, I move, we're out.
All right. Actually, I want to give a shout out to Ashley, Claire, Shonda, and the Access team for getting all this information to you and having these meetings remotely. And we know it's very difficult, and they spend a lot of time preparing, so I want to give my team a big shout out for the great job they're doing.
Absolutely.
Way to go.
Thank you, thank you.
Awesome team.
See you guys.
All righty, au revoir.
Time to go.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.